Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. Oh, we are in. There we are. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am back. That's right, your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is December 12th of 2025, the second week of December, but the first episode of our 7th season. That's right, we've been doing this for 8 years now, the live stream every Sunday, and we have been doing this for 18, 19 years, political commentary. So we thank you for taking some time to join us today as we're going to be going over, quite a bit of information. And I think it will be of interest, especially since some of the things we're going to be talking about are absolutely not being told to you. The news media is actively hiding information from you, and I think you're going to be very upset, not just because of what they're hiding, but also because of what that means, what is not being told to you, even though it is part of the news cycle. But I will explain that in just a moment. We're just getting the page all set up, so please bear with me for about 15 seconds here. Sorry, just trying to make sure that this is up on all the channels so that everyone will be able to see this. I hate YouTube. YouTube is terrible. There we go. So YouTube should be up now and everyone is able to see us there. If you are new to the channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know we do long-form political commentary, and every week, virtually every week, every Sunday, we come to you across the world to hear what you have to say about the issues that are affecting each and every one of us, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe that the world is made better when we all get to talk about the issues that are affecting us and to remind our elected leaders that they serve us, not the other way around. Now, your particular government may not like that. The social media giants may not like that, but we don't care. We believe that is important, and we will support the First Amendment on this channel. So with that said, we're going to jump kind of right in. Now, I do want to mention to everyone that obviously last week we weren't on. We did have a show on January 1st, the first day of the new year, 2025, with the it was a Wednesday. We were on with the Liberty First Foundation on the Wednesday roundtable that we have each week. And you may have heard in my voice then and possibly in my voice right now, I'm sick. I have a cold. And I've been sick for about a week now. So my voice is off, and I apologize for that if it sounds too raspy. I'll try and do my best on that. But the show must go on. We had a week off. That was the first time we had missed a show in the last year and a half. Yeah, 18 months. We had gone about 18 months in a row, regardless of holidays or anything else, and we had not missed an episode. So, kind of sad that we missed that track record. But unlike MSNBC or CNN, we're not a major studio. We don't have millions of dollars. We don't even have thousands of dollars behind this. I'm poor. And so if I'm not doing the show, there is no show. So we apologize. I try to not get sick as much as possible. But with that said, I am feeling better, and I am going to try and do the show today and get through everything as much as we can because it is important and it does make a difference. And we do appreciate each and every one of you. Let's see. Hang on. There we go. Give me 1 second. I'm making sure that we are up on all the channels because we're making sure that we are up right now on Rumble as well as Facebook and on YouTube. I believe we're on DLive as well. There's a few others that we're up on. So I want to make sure that everyone can find us. There we go. There we go. So that should be up on Rumble as well. So we look forward to hearing comments from you from whatever platform that you're on. Beginning of the year, so everything's a little bit hectic, and we will be able to see comments from every platform. And John, thank you for being here with us. John R. has been the first one to make a comment today. Happy Life. Happy Life is with us from Thailand. It is an international program, so I'm happy to see you with us in Thailand. Thank you for the good wishes for my health. I'll improve. I mean, I'm 56, so I'm old, and that means that I will not get any kind of experimental medications put into my body. And as long as I don't take on any kind of experimental drugs, I expect that I'll be okay. At least that's what tends to be the case. But we'll talk more about that in just a moment. So, okay, everything is up. Now I'm just getting everything up on Rumble. We have a new setup with Restream. So it takes an extra second or two to get all of the channels up and all the information up for you. That being said, for those who are new to the channel, we normally start off with the any breaking news that may be applicable or important to you. We then go into international news. Often we take a break for a little while in the show, and then we come back, and then we do the domestic news. What's going on in America. And in each way, we're always looking at how America is affecting the world, how the world is affecting America. So we're going to try and do a little bit of all of that. My God, my Rumble account is just having hell. Please bear with me. I am trying to fix my Rumble account. Why is it not up? I don't know. All right, I'll deal with the chat in Rumble in a little bit. I apologize to those watching on Rumble. I'll catch up on the Rumble chat in just a moment. But I wanted to start off with Donald Trump is going to be taking office in about 8 days. In a week, we will see the new 47th administration of the United States, the Trump administration with J.D. Vance as his vice president. That's important. It's going to be very impactful on the entire world. Things are going to change, and they're going to change rather quickly. I think there was news that I have up here that just came out. There it is. Nope, that's Bloomberg. That's news. Where is it? Donald Trump. Well, news. Let me start with this. Some of the news that just came out is that Joe Biden has called for an immediate ceasefire in a call with Netanyahu. So this is about the Hamas hostages. The hostages taken by the terrorist organization Hamas in Gaza. These are the Americans and international individuals. Over 104 individuals remain hostages for more than a year now in Gaza by the terrorist organization Hamas. They have been tortured and they have been sexually abused virtually every day since they were taken. This is according to NATO, this is according to the UN and international news media. Now, it is also expected, the rumor is, that roughly about 60% of all hostages are now dead. That Hamas has killed each and every one of the hostages, or about 60% of them. That includes those from the United States, the United Kingdom, and elsewhere around the world. News media doesn't like talking about this because this is an abject failure of the Biden-Harris administration and the progressive international politics that they put out. It failed everyone. It has helped no one. But Joe Biden, in the waning days of his campaign, has now come out and said, hey, I'm going to focus on this. This is a big issue. Remember, according to Kamala Harris, in the middle of the summer when she ran for, when the DNC put her in place to replace Joe Biden without a single vote of the general public, they said that the hostages being held by Hamas were the number one issue for their administration. Funny how since August, you've heard nothing from the mainstream news media about the Hamas hostages. Nothing at all, other than the fact that in September, Hamas, in cold blood, shot a 22-year-old American in the head minutes before he could have been rescued and returned to his family and friends. That's the evil of Hamas. And I know those in Harvard, those at Columbia University, Binghamton, and Cornell universities across the country, they're saying, oh no, but Hamas are the good guys. They're not. They're terrorists. They kill hostages in cold blood. They took hostages and held them and tortured them for over a year. And Joe Biden is finally getting back and saying, he is now saying that we are on the brink of getting the hostages back, that a deal may be coming in the next couple of days to finally get the hostages back home. In fact, according to Reuters, it is expected, and this is coming from J.D. Vance. Vice President J.D. Vance has said, I believe here it is, that he expects that Hamas will make a deal and they will return the hostages in the last day or two, somewhere around the 18th, 19th, possibly 20th of January, that the American hostages will be released. Hopefully that also means that the United Kingdom, the English hostages, will be released at that time as well, and that a ceasefire could take place at that time. This is the hope. And we do know that President Trump has already stated that the hostages must be returned before Inauguration Day, before Donald Trump takes power. The hostages have to be back or hell will be let loose. In fact, I'll show you an article where that is clearly stated, that this is the message from Donald Trump to Hamas and the terrorists in the Middle East. That would be Hezbollah and the Houthis, as well as Iran. So he's made his position very clear. He is not going to take the sit back and wait policies of the Biden administration. He's not going to play political games. He's not going to remove sanctions. He's not going to placate and try and appease Hamas and the other terrorists. He's going to take a more direct route. That is the implication of what he has said so far. The mainstream media doesn't want to talk about this. This is not big news. It should be that our American hostages are on the verge. Those that may still be alive, the few of them that there may be, which could be, depending on the source you're looking at, somewhere between 4 and 8 Americans might still be alive. Now, that's out of the 22 that Hamas took as hostage back on October 7th of 2023. Only 4 might still be alive. They've killed that many. And that's really troubling. That's very upsetting. But it should be good news. They're about to come home. That if any of them are still alive, they can be returned. That this situation can end finally. That's good news. But we're not hearing about that because it's Donald Trump who's put a red line in the sand. And I don't mean like Obama, where it will be rewritten. He's made it very clear he will take decisive action if the Americans are not returned by the time he gets to the inauguration. So I think that's big news that the news media doesn't want you to know, because it reminds you that for the past year and a half, the Biden-Harris administration have failed. Utterly, absolutely, completely failed. And they have, under the Biden-Harris administration, it was free reign for all of the terrorist nations around the world, the terrorist organizations, to target American citizens. And the Biden administration would offer sanctions relief and offer humanitarian aid for worth billions of dollars to these terrorists for them to continue to torture and sexually abuse American citizens. It makes no sense to me. So I do take some solace in that this is coming to an end. There will be more stability in the Middle East going forward. And that's only because Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are going to be in the White House, not Kamala Harris, not Joe Biden. That's why we're getting peace in the Middle East. But Joe Biden is trying to get as much of a claim to fame as he can, and he called into Netanyahu today to say, Netanyahu, Israel, you should have a ceasefire, a unilateral ceasefire. I still don't know why he's pushing this same message, because the entire world has said continuously for more than a year that the only thing Hamas needs to do to get a ceasefire overnight is to return the hostages. That's it. If they give back the hostages, alive and or dead, give back the hostages, they will have an immediate ceasefire that will be supported by every country in the world. The entire world is standing behind this. And the only ones who are not allowing this to go forward is Hamas. Israel isn't the problem. Israel has agreed if the hostages are returned, there will be a ceasefire. The United States, England, France, Germany all support this and back that up. The only people who are not moving forward is Hamas. We have to stop this. This is why the American hostages have not been returned. It's because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are so focused on attacking Israel, who has already given a concession and said they will stop the fighting if they get their hostages back. They get their people back. It's that simple. But the news media today, Reuters and the rest of the American news media, are trying to make it seem like Joe Biden is wheeling and dealing behind the scenes and that he is going to be the deal maker. He is the peacemaker in the Middle East, which is an abject, absolute lie. The reason why this has gone on for as long as it has is because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their lackluster international policies. The fact that Iran and Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas have been able to take advantage of Joe Biden, to use Joe Biden to build a pier to allow food and weapons and energy to come into Gaza to allow them to continue to fight, that Joe Biden has reduced and removed sanctions against Iran, which allowed Iran to build more missiles, more rockets, more drones, which are now being used in the Ukraine as well as across the world. That's the Joe Biden policy. That's why we had nothing move forward. That's why these innocent civilians from across the world have been tortured and killed, because Joe Biden is weak. And faced with the looming threat of Donald Trump and the fact that Donald Trump will take action decisively, he has promised that he will release hell on Hamas if they do not have the American hostages back by the time he takes power. That threat is real, and action seems to be taking place because of it. Again, J.D. Vance has already said he expects that before Donald Trump takes office, we will get the hostages back. I know Joe Biden's going to take credit for that. He doesn't deserve it. It's not because of him. It's because of Donald Trump. And the mainstream news media don't want to talk about it. They don't want to tell you that. They don't want you to know because they have to prop up their Democrat ideology. They have to prop up their elected officials. They have to support their bias and try and make you believe Democrats were really great. They aren't. They didn't do anything good. So that's one of the news stories, and I thought it was rather important. Let me go back here. So let's see. Happy Life says that I'm an inspiration. I hope I inspire people to do better than me, to be better than me. If I can inspire anyone to do anything, look at me. I'm an old 57-year-old man. You know what? Be better. Do better. You can achieve more. If you think I've achieved a lot, you can achieve even more and become great in your life. That is what I hope I can inspire people to do. But thank you for the compliment, Happy Life. I do appreciate it. Cool Roy is with us, and Cool Roy says the Democrat Party is a racket. It seems more and more like it. They are definitely disconnected from the average American citizen. We'll go into that when we talk about the California wildfires. We're going to talk about the politics that are being inserted in this, the climate change argument. Totally disconnected from the average American citizen, totally disconnected from the consequences of their own policies. What they have put in place is exactly why people are suffering at this time, why 16 people have died. I will make that case. Cool Roy goes on to say that war is a racket and a weapon to divide us. I don't agree with that part. War is many things, and there are many reasons for war. But I don't believe it's because I know a lot of people believe in the military-industrial complex, that the ultimate evil of the world is the military-industrial index. It's not. It's not. Yes, businesses of all sorts will take advantage of any political climate and any weakness in a government, any corruption in a government. And the military-industrial complex does that, as does every other industry in America and around the world. They always take advantage of it. And corruption is rampant in America as well as anywhere else in the world. We have to recognize that. For far too long, Americans and people around the world have looked at the American government and thought, we are the pinnacle of what not having corruption, the lack of corruption in our government. That's what America is all about. No, that's not true and hasn't been true for a long time. America's government is corrupt. That's on the left, that's on the right, that's the American government itself. It has a deep amount of corruption embedded in it. And that's partially why we don't get all the news and conversation about the news as we should. Because when we talk about what is happening, when we start talking about the stories that aren't in the headlines, the things that we find on page, on the last page of the news that are affecting each and every one of us, the more we understand how corrupt the system is, how little many of these politicians have cared about the consequences of what they have done, how do something politics. And this is something that people who've not seen the channel before, you may not be familiar with this. There is something, there's the do something politics. And that's when politicians promise that they are going to do something. You have a problem in New York. The subway system is broken. The subway system is broken. It is dangerous. There's no other way to look at it. And we've seen that Governor Kathy Hochul has promised that she's going to do something. She sent in initially 750 National Guard troops, activated and sent them into the subways to protect people, to save people, to make the subways safe. In fact, at the end of the year, Kathy Hochul got onto the subway system in a photo op to take a selfie saying the subways are safe. Of course, that same week, the last week of December, we had a woman who was burned to death. She was burned alive, set on flame. Just the day before, Kathy Hochul said, subways are safe. That same week, 3 people were stabbed. 2 of them were women. We had individuals who were shot. At least 2 individuals were shot that same week before Kathy Hochul got on the subway for a photo op and said, the subways are safe. That is do something politics. She put in 1,000 and wound up, she increased the number of National Guard troops to 1,000 and said, the subways are safe. She got on and she took a photo op and said, the subways are safe. And all the evidence from all international credible news media says, no, that's not even close to being true. That is a lie, a direct and absolute lie, a complete disconnect from the reality that people in New York City are living every single day. You're not safe. They aren't safer now. Whether or not she had 1,000 National Guard troops or 1, it doesn't matter. You're no safer today than you were a year ago, and it wasn't safe then either. So that's do something politics. And we see a lot of that, not just with Kathy Hochul, but throughout all of our politics across our country. That is corruption. That is the result of corruption, where they appease and placate you and I by saying, we're doing something. Yes, but you didn't do anything effective. You didn't do anything efficient. You knew it would have no impact. You promised us. Another way to look at it, we were promised that the red flag laws that have been in place in Connecticut since 1999, that are now in 18 states and Washington, D.C. We were promised that red flag laws would protect you, that mass shootings would stop because of the red flag laws that violate the 2nd, the 4th, the 13th, the 8th Amendment, that take away all due process. You are giving up all of your rights, taking away, breaking up families because of accusations without any proof of guilt, without any crime, that this was going to protect you. This is what you were promised. The red flag laws would make you safe. It would stop school shootings. It would stop mass shootings. And it has had zero impact across the country. Going back to 1999 in Connecticut. And I know I've talked to the Attorney General of Connecticut. I have gotten the research. I've had the interviews. I have the documents from the state of California, from Connecticut and Indiana and New York State. They haven't worked. But we knew it wouldn't work because red flag laws were never intended to prevent mass shootings. That's not what they're designed for. They're designed to stop suicide by firearm. That's what they're supposed to do. That is the purpose, and that is who they target. And we've covered this many times on the program before. But that's the example. They know that red flag laws won't work because they're not designed to prevent mass shootings. They never were. But it sounds like they're doing something. They did something that was inefficient and ineffective. It did not protect you. It did not live up to the promise that you were given. But you can't blame the politician because they did something. We got to stop that. That's how we get corruption. We can't accept we're going to do something. No, do something effective. Do something efficient. Don't just simply do anything and assume that that's good enough, knowing fully well that what you've done is useless. No, you have to do something effective and efficient. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be a politician. That's whether you're on the left, the right, libertarian, conservative, I don't care. Whatever party you're in. If you can't do something effective, get out of office to allow someone who can do something effective to step in. But that's my point of view. Hey, Hal. Hal has joined us. Hal, thank you for the wonderful Happy New Year message. It's never too late to say Happy New Year, and I hope that you have a great year that you and your loved ones will be successful and happy and together. Never too late to say that. And so thank you for that message, Hal. I say it again to you and your family, as well as all of my audience. And Hal says, honestly, what organization, group, business, etc. in human history hasn't had corruption? It's part of our nature. You're right. I agree. And the question isn't so much, are we going to get rid of corruption? No. No. There's as long as there is money, as long as there are human beings, as long as someone has a possession, there will be someone else who wants it. Corruption will always exist. The question is how much. There's a difference between there's some corruption and there's rampant corruption. That's a big difference. When it is affecting everyone all the time, everywhere, and it is growing. When the system is the corruption and not a part of the corruption, that's the difference. The magnitude, perhaps I should say it that way, the magnitude of the corruption is the biggest problem. It's not that we're never going to solve anything. You can't get rid of murder. You can't. There are people who are just criminals and they don't care. There are the criminally insane. They don't care. You can't get rid of murder. You can't get rid of robbery, vandalism. I wish we could. Evil people, deranged people exist, but we can minimize it. We can make it less appealing. At least we can try. At least that's what I believe. I think we can try, and I think we can succeed. And so, again, that brings me back to what we're seeing with what's happening with Netanyahu. Again, Joe Biden is trying to take credit for something he didn't do, that he failed. And he should be called out for his abject, absolute failure. He didn't take action, and he's had more than a year to take action to get back the civilians that are being held by the terrorists. Instead, during his time, he has given humanitarian aid to Gaza and to Hamas, the government of Gaza, the terrorists directly. He has provided them with food and with water and with energy. He has built them a pier that cost over $500 million that only was able to work for 3 weeks. He built the pier, it broke and fell apart in 3 weeks. But he did that to help the terrorists. He released sanctions against Iran to help the terrorists. I'm sorry, that is corruption. That is insane. And he wants to now say that he's the hero and he's going to be the reason why the hostages are released at the last, literally the last minute? No. We have to call it out for what it is. So let me see here. Dow has joined us, and Dow says, corruption can be tempered and limited by discipline and principle-effective action. Yes. And I think we need to emphasize that. I agree with you, Dow. And Hot Chicks is with us as well and says, intervention. Okay. So let me move on a little bit. There's a lot of stories I want to get to. But I did want to move on because that's the breaking news, that Joe Biden is now trying to take credit for the finally getting some of the hostages back home. But I temper your hope with the thought that it is expected, it is believed by internationally credible news media covering what's been happening in the Middle East, that upwards of 60%, if not all, of the American hostages are now dead. How we react as a nation and how we react as a world, I don't know. It is very likely that all of the British hostages are also dead. So how the United Kingdom, how the United States will react to that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the correct response is. I hope, I pray that I am wrong, that 17 Americans are returned alive from being held as hostage, being tortured and sexually abused. I hope that I am wrong. I hope the news media around the world is wrong. I hope all 9 of the hostages being held from the United Kingdom that have been tortured by Hamas, that all the British citizens are able to be returned. I hope to be wrong. I don't believe I will be. If we are lucky, we may get 4 Americans back alive. That's it. And that's why the news media has been downplaying this. That's why the White House has been downplaying this, because they don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to realize the magnitude of the failure. That's it. But speaking of the magnitude of issues out there, this week has been dominated, I mean massively dominated, by Greenland. Everyone has been freaking out. Donald Trump wants to name the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Who cares? Changes nothing. Affects nothing. It's cosmetic. And no one cares. You could change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and nothing changes around the world. It is the name on a map, and names on a map change on a regular basis. It's unimportant. Unimportant. There are a large number of Americans that can't find the Gulf of Mexico if you didn't have a name on the map. If you just ask, go to any high school right now, just show them a map of the world that doesn't have the names of locations on it. Tell them, where is the Gulf of Mexico? They'll be lucky to find Mexico, let alone the Gulf of Mexico. So let's not fall into this trap like this matters, what the name of the Gulf of Mexico, whether it's Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico, like it really matters. It doesn't. But let me move on about that, because that's one of the things that we heard this week. Oh my God, it means that there's going to be a North American empire. The empire of America under the dictator Donald Trump. That's a lie. That is an abject, absolute lie. See, when we heard this week, Donald Trump's going to try and buy Greenland. No, he's not. That's hype. That is hype. That's salesmanship. Donald Trump was never trying to buy Greenland. In fact, if you paid attention, NPR in October of 2019 had articles about exactly what Trump is doing, because this isn't new. Under the first administration of of Donald Trump, he was doing the same thing with Greenland then that he is doing now. The difference is, in 2019, the news media was busy trying to tell us that Donald Trump was going to cause World War III with North Korea. Didn't happen. In fact, we got closer to having peace with North Korea than under any president before or since. It was Donald Trump actually cooled down and stabilized the relationship between the United States and North Korea that Joe Biden subsequently screwed up and reignited the tensions which had been calmed down by Donald Trump's administration. But because the world was paying attention to whether or not World War III would happen when Donald Trump, as the first and only president to step over the DMZ in North Korea and stepped into North Korean territory while we're technically at war still with North Korea, they minimized all the other stories. And one of the stories was, and again, this is from NPR 2019, where they directly said, why is Donald Trump trying to buy land and rights, mineral rights, in Greenland? Why is Donald Trump making overtures towards Greenland? It's because Greenland has rare earth metals. This is the part of the story you're not hearing in the headlines across the news media for this entire week. And to be honest, I didn't know it until I did the research on it. I thought this was all a joke. And then I looked into it. Donald Trump has been trying for 2 reasons he wants to focus on Greenland. Number 1, rare earth metals. What are rare earth metals? Your cell phone, windmills, energy. That's what rare earth metals are. You believe in green energy, you want climate change, you want to change, everyone, to get rid of gasoline cars. You want to be able to run on your electric vehicles. You want to have a better iPhone. Fantastic. Rare earth metals. That's all required. By the way, you want to have better fighter jets. You want to be able to defend America better. Rare earth metals. Absolutely required. It is an absolute requirement. And the problem is 12% of all the rare earth metals in the world are controlled by China. 12%. Which means that if we have a problem with China, if China doesn't like what we're doing, if China wants to hurt America, they just don't sell us the rare earth metals, or they delay those rare earth metals to cause problems in the infrastructure in the United States. So to be independent for green energy, for climate change, to be able to transition from gas-powered energy to renewable energy, if that could ever work, to be able to get more electric vehicles, you have to have rare earth metals. And that means Greenland. Greenland has 25% of all the rare earth metals in the world. 25%. Just right in our next door neighbor. And to be able to capitalize on that would mean America would be energy independent. That America would be able to defend our country and to transition towards renewable energy or electric vehicles or better cell phones and electronics, to have better technology and business. That's all made possible by having a deal with Greenland. So when Donald Trump said, I want to buy Greenland, he means he wants to buy the mineral rights. He wants to buy the land. He wants to be able to go there and to protect America. In addition, the second thing that's important about Greenland that the mainstream news media completely ignored, did not want you to talk about this, did not want you to know this. And again, this is all from 2019. This is old news, in fact. There's nothing new about this. This is old. They didn't care in 2019 because they were telling you a different lie at the time. But this is what was, same thing that Donald Trump was doing in 2019 is happening right now. The other reason? Protection, national safety. Because Russia and China are very active in the Arctic, it is a shortcut to be able to reach America, whether you want to do it by for trade or for military reasons. Either way, the Arctic is the fastest way to get from China or Russia to the United States. It is a matter of national self-defense to be able to keep an eye against them. In fact, that's why the United States had military bases in Greenland in World War II, because the Arctic was important. It's a matter of national safety to all of North America for us to know what's happening over the North Pole. If any missiles or rockets or planes are coming over the top of the globe, because it's a shortcut. Donald Trump recognizes that potential threat. And while Alaska does a great job of making us aware of many of the problems with the Bering Strait, and we have watchtowers, we are paying attention towards that direction, towards Russia primarily, and also towards China, there's still plenty more of the North Pole, the Arctic, that can be reached or targeted by China and by Russia. And that would go over to the north instead of the Pacific Ocean, going towards the Atlantic Ocean. And that's where Greenland steps in, just like it did in World War II. And so Donald Trump wants to go back to those military bases that we had in World War II. Go back to those structures, that safety that was being provided from World War II. It makes sense. Again, that means buy the rights to the land. That means develop the land and develop ports and the ability to mine and get everything shipped from Greenland to the United States to be processed. This is what Greenland is about. It's never been about, let's make Greenland America. I mean, we could do that tomorrow. There are 57,000 people in Greenland. 57,000. If America wanted to take that over, we'd do it in a blink of an eye. It's not a hard thing to do. There's no one who could stop us. It's not possible to stop the United States from taking over Greenland if we really wanted to. And Greenland must be aligned with some other nation to survive, because there is nothing on Greenland. Unlike the name, you got to give it to the Vikings back in the day. Oh, they didn't want anyone to be on Iceland, which was a beautiful, verdant island. So go to Greenland. They named them on purpose to deceive people, to keep people away from what they really wanted, because Greenland is a rock. There's nothing on there. It's not easy to sustain anyone. And so Greenland, while they want to be independent, are absolutely dependent on some other nation to provide them the resources they need to live. So they want to make a deal. And in fact, because of the fear-mongering, because the news media was telling you Donald Trump's going to take it over by force, he's going to be a dictator, the North American Empire, because they hyped it up so much, the Prime Minister of Greenland is now saying, well, no, let's not go that far, but let's make a deal. We want independence. We want the financial support of the United States. We want to develop the resources on this island. We want to be important. So no, we won't. No, Greenland, no one on Greenland wants to be an American, but they do want to do business with America. Well, that's what Donald Trump wanted in the first place. So by Greenland gets to look big and strong, and the Danish get to look big and strong. Oh, we talked down Donald Trump. We stood up to Donald Trump and we made him back off. He's not going to buy Greenland, but we'll make a deal with him to keep him busy, to give him a door prize. He gets the door prize. He doesn't get Greenland, but we'll do business with him. So they get to look impressive. They get to look like the heroes standing up to America and the bully Donald Trump. And Donald Trump gets to get what he wanted: rare earth metals and more defensive stations to protect America. Who cares if the news media hyped this up? The goal was achieved. Now Greenland is going to talk with America to make the deal that we wanted, or Donald Trump has wanted, since 2019. A deal that even the environmental fanatics must say they agree with, because it's in their best interest, because it's what they are promoting. So they have to jump on Donald Trump's side. This is what you call a win-win-win. Greenland wins. The Danish win. The United States wins. We win on our economy. We win on the ecology. We win on national security. This is a win-win-win. And it was made possible because the news media decided to try to hype this situation, to to fearmonger and to terrify you, to make you think that this was about dictatorship and an empire that, no, doesn't exist. Not in the way they're trying to make it out to be. No, Donald Trump isn't trying to be a dictator. He is being a good businessman. Brilliant. Donald Trump played the news media, played the politics, and got exactly what he needed, what he wanted, what America needs. I love it. And guess what? CNN never told you about this. MSNBC didn't bother to explain this to you. ABC, the Huffington Post, did not want to break down the details, did not want you to stop and think about this, did not want you to remember what was happening in 2019. Oh, that time doesn't exist anymore. Don't talk about it. Don't think about it. Don't research it. Don't find out that exactly what was being offered then is exactly what is being offered today. Oh, you're not supposed to understand or know that. But I did research it. I do know that. And therefore, I understand what was really going on. User has been banned says that the map makers are going to make a ton of money. The map makers are always making money. The Middle East, Africa, nations are constantly being flipped around and breaking apart. They love it. They've been making money over the last 30 years because every map you've had in the last 30 years has changed. They constantly are changing it. So it's just another way to make money. And yeah, you know what? Help the map makers make more money. Why not? That's good for the American economy. I got no problem with that either. Let's see. Hot Chick says he wants the grocery store. Donald Trump wants the grocery store. Greenland is the grocery store. Well, yeah. User has been banned says Trump should take a trip to Italy just to take a little boat across the Rubicon River. Imagine the articles the mainstream news media would print. Well, yeah. Don't put that out of reach. By the way, Italy, he will. Donald Trump, during his term as the 47th president, I absolutely believe Donald Trump will be making a trip into Italy and to Sweden. Why? Because their governments have moved towards what they consider center-right, what the United States would consider left-leaning, moderate left-leaning Democrats. But for Europe to be what America would call a moderate Democrat is being far-right. In Europe, being far-right is being an American moderate Democrat. So Donald Trump is probably going to go to Europe within the first year, probably within the first 100 days, he will be going to the EU because the EU is trying to stop moving left. France, Macron, President of France, Macron, is continuing to try and move France towards China. They want to be friends with China. He's been very, very explicit about that, especially under the Biden administration. In 2023, Macron absolutely told the rest of the European Union that France wants to abandon the United States and wants to become friends and trading partners with China. I know, most people forgot about that. Most people didn't remember that because the news media didn't want to emphasize how badly Joe Biden has messed up our relationship with one of our oldest allies, France. But Donald Trump's going to go to, it's in spite of France, and to make better relations with Germany, which is moving towards the right, with Italy, which is moving towards the right, Sweden, Norway, Poland, all moving towards the right. All of them are moving away from the leftist policies that have failed each and every one of those countries and the people of those countries, especially with the idea of open borders. They've completely given up on the concept of open borders. They have recognized and they have suffered. Their people have suffered from open borders, complete failure. So yeah, I think you're going to see Donald Trump within the first 100 days is going to go to Europe. He's going to speak to the EU, and he's going to encourage them to continue to abandon the left and to move towards the center, what Americans consider the center, which Europe would consider the far right, to move towards that because it will improve the quality of life of everyone in Europe, and it will help stabilize the world. And it will end the open border issue that has been plaguing Italy and Sweden and Poland and Germany and France and the United Kingdom. But that's a prediction I'm making. I could be wrong. But do you understand the reason why I say this now? Do you understand the logic behind it now? Do you understand how you've been manipulated by the mainstream media? Because they're not telling you the full story. They're not giving you all the information. They are trying to manipulate you emotionally to make you think things are far, far worse when they are getting far, far better. And Greenland is the example of that. They want you to think that Trump is a dictator and there's an empire and the world's going to be going into World War III because of Greenland. When in fact, it's going to make America safer. It's going to make it less likely that there will be another war, and it will help America go and become more energy efficient. It's amazing what happens when you don't just look at the headlines and actually are able to see the full news story. And you can go back in time and double check the facts. Amazing how different the story becomes from what we hear from MSNBC and what is actually out there. And again, my source, NPR. So that was about Greenland and a little bit about the Gulf of America. I also wanted to hit on something else that I thought was kind of important because we follow international politics a lot. Iran is a problem for the world. Iran is the largest single supporter of terrorism in the world. That's a fact. Everyone in the world knows this. Everyone has agreed to this. This is a universal fact understood by every nation in the world. Every news media agency in the world has confirmed Iran is the greatest sponsor of terror in the world. Full stop. And Joe Biden, under the Biden-Harris administration, has released over 24 sanctions that were put in place by the Trump administration that were affecting Iran, reducing its capabilities to commit war. See, when Joe Biden stepped in, as an example, the Houthi terrorists out of Yemen, they are puppets of Iran. They get their funding, they get their missiles, they get their drones from Iran. And Iran needs money to build those weapons of war, to then give them to the Houthis so that they can commit acts of terror in Yemen and in the Red Sea. Now, I'm condensing this a little bit, but these are the facts as we know them. Day one, when Joe Biden got in office, either he or one of his staff members, we don't know, because we know the White House staff under the Biden administration have told us that on day one, Joe Biden was mentally impaired. He was not capable of doing the job of the president. He is not mentally altogether. We know that now. That comes from the White House itself. So Joe Biden or one of his aides on day one decided to say the Houthi terrorists were to be reclassified as they were taken off the terrorist watch list and they were given $100 million in humanitarian aid. That money went directly to Iran. Iran built missiles and drones and gave them to the Houthis. The Houthis in 2024, beginning of January 2024, started a war in the Red Sea against the United States, against Britain, against our civilian and military ships. A war that has been going on and continues at this moment. That's because of the Biden administration. They gave them the money, which allowed them to commit the war. We would not be fighting in the Red Sea right now if it weren't for the Biden-Harris administration. That is an absolute fact. There is no opinion about that. It has nothing to do with me being a conservative or Republican. It has nothing to do with me being an American. That is a fact. Follow the money. It's that simple. Of course, Iran also kicks in money of its own, spending over $100 million that they give to the Hezbollah, that they give to Hamas, that they've given to the Houthis and other terrorist organizations around the world. They spend hundreds of millions every year. But again, under the Trump administration, they got smacked with dozens of sanctions, which limited the ability of Iran to make money. Joe Biden, who's weak, who was begging for an Iran nuclear deal, he was begging for it. And just to be able to talk to Iran, to have them say no, he gave them more and more money. He let them trade with the rest of the world more and more. And they abused that. They used that to their advantage. And that's why they were able to make so many drones, to make so many missiles, to make hypersonic missiles, and to and to expand the amount of terror in the world. Well, Trump's coming back. And Trump has already indicated that he is going to put back every one of those sanctions that the Biden administration removed to cut off the monetary lifeblood of terrorism around the world, to restrict Iran from being able to support the Houthis, the Hezbollah, the Hamas, and other terror in the world. He's going to cut it off. Iran is now going to China, the number one source to back them up. They're going to China and they are selling oil. They're raising up the money now so that they will be able to support terror at least for part of the time during the Trump administration. Which means Trump is being effective. Our international policy has improved. Global stability is improving before your eyes. And I know no one's paying attention to it. The Wall Street Journal isn't even explaining that to you. They are saying Iran is selling oil. 3 million barrels that they're going to sell. They're going to raise $1 billion, maybe $2 billion. Is that a lot of money for nations? Not so much. But it is a lot of money because that money is going to terrorist organizations. Organizations that get about $100 million a year. They rely, Hezbollah, the Hamas, Houthis, they rely on $100 million a year coming from Iran. Well, if Iran has 24 sanctions back in place, they are restricted in being able to sell oil around the world, only to be able to sell it to China, and that has to be indirect. Well, then guess what? They're not going to be able to make as many missiles, as many drones, have as much terrorism in the world, which is good for the world. That means more stability. So what's Iran going to do to try and maintain their hold of those terrorist organizations? They're going to sell oil so that they can get $1 billion, so that they can then use that $1 billion over the next 4 years. That's, $3 billion each. That's $300 billion a year for 4 years, about $1.2 billion. It is exactly the amount of money they need to, to maintain terror in the world at current levels, maybe a little bit reduced. Iran needs about $1.2 billion, $1.2 billion. And by selling the oil, they'll get about $1 billion net. So this means that terrorism will not increase under the Trump administration, at least for the first year or two. There will not be an increase in the amount of terrorism. In fact, there is probably going to be a reduction in the amount of terrorism in the world because Iran is planning for sanctions and they are reducing their spending. They already have enough problems in Iran. Their people are pissed off that Iran has been poisoning schoolgirls for learning how to read. The people of Iran are upset and they're pissed off that women are being stoned to death for letting someone see their hair. The people in Iran are fed up. And the Ayatollah is about to be replaced. The Ayatollah Khamenei, who is in charge at this moment, is old. He's going to retire or die. He's that old. So there is going to be a change in Iran. There is going to be a new religious leader who is not as strong as Khamenei has been, possibly. And there will be unrest in that change. And that means that they are preoccupied, so they will not be able to support as much terror in the world. At the same time, they have Trump, who is actively reducing their ability to commit terror in the world. This is a good thing, and we are seeing the evidence right now, and it's being reported by the Wall Street Journal. MSNBC didn't want to tell you that. CNN didn't want to tell you that. ABC, hell, even Wall Street Journal doesn't really want you to know this. They don't want you to realize the consequences of what is happening here. They don't want you to know the benefit that you are receiving just from the mere threat that Donald Trump being in charge equals sanctions against Iran. They don't want you to put that together and realize you are going to be better off and you will be safer everywhere in the world with Donald Trump in office than with Biden or Kamala Harris. They don't want you to recognize that because that doesn't help Democrats maintain power. It doesn't help progressive ideology take hold in America or anywhere else in the world. It actually proves that the exact opposite of what we have seen for the last 4 years is the way to go. They don't want you to recognize that, so they don't want to have that conversation with you. This channel is going to be so damn suppressed because I am telling you the truth. I am showing you the evidence. We're having the logical conversation. This isn't about feelings. You can feel bad about this. You can feel like you don't like it. I don't care. You can have whatever feeling you want because I'm not a progressive. I'm not here to try and control what your feelings are. I am here to tell you about logical facts and the way the world works, to understand the consequences of what is happening. And the consequence of Trump being in office means more sanctions for Iran, means less terrorism in the world. That is the direct consequence, and we are seeing the confirmation of it right now. And the rest of the news media doesn't want to tell you that because then Trump isn't the devil. Trump is a good guy, and you're happy for the vote you made, and that means Democrats don't get to maintain power. That's why you aren't being told this. That's why you don't realize instantly that this is a good thing, that this is a positive indication for the world of more stability and more peace. If there is anyone who disagrees with this, I'm happy to hear your argument and tell me, well, Mike, that's just not the way it works. No, that's not going to happen. Yeah, there's going to be more sanctions, but that means more terrorism. Really? How? Please, if you disagree with it, I'm happy to hear that argument. If there is someone out there in the progressive world that says, no, things are so much better now, with the Biden policies and the Kamala policies and the progressive policies. I mean, think, we have Americans who have been held hostage for over a year, being tortured and killed in cold blood. Oh, that's a good thing. We have more war in the Middle East. That's a good thing. We have more terrorism in the world literally, terrorism increased as soon as Joe Biden got in office. We had Obama, which had an increase in terrorism. Then, in fact, he admitted it. We know this. John Kerry, the then Secretary of State under Barack Obama, January 2016, on CNBC, told the world that the Iran nuclear deal would help fund more terrorism in the world, and it did. You don't have to believe me. Look it up. CNBC, January 2016. John Kerry talking about the Iran nuclear deal. The funding from the United States for the Iran nuclear deal would fund global terror. That's a fact. And then terrorism increased. It is a fact. So, yes, please tell me how progressive ideology helped make the world safer, because it didn't. There's zero evidence of that. Empirically, mathematically, definitively, there is no evidence saying that progressive ideology made the world safer, ever. In the last 4 years, it's just never happened. Under the Biden administration, under the Obama administration, did not make the world safer. In fact, the exact opposite, which Donald Trump has represented, did in fact make the world safer and is making the world safer, as we can see right now. You should be happy. If you want more peace in the world, you should be happy that Donald Trump is taking power. You should be celebrating. If you don't like war, if you don't like terrorism, you should be happy now. The kids over at Harvard and Columbia and UCLA and Cornell University that are screaming, they're so happy. They're so pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism, pro-genocide. Those idiots should be happy that Trump is in because even their warped ideologies, those peoples, the terrorists, are going to be better off because there will be more peace. People will be able to live. There'll be less war. And isn't that what Harvard's saying they want? Isn't that what you hear from UCLA? Isn't that what you hear from the Democratic Socialists of America, the squad, Ilhan Omar? Aren't they always saying that they want more peace? This is them getting more peace. And the fact is, they don't want more peace, they want more power. There's a big difference. They want you to think that you're getting peace when they get power. But what we're getting under the Trump administration, at least at this moment, is the exact opposite. You're actually getting more peace. And it's not taking away more power from you. If there's anyone who disagrees, I'm happy to hear your voice. Type away. Comments are right here. I am happy to hear anyone who has a different point of view. That's what the First Amendment's for. That's what this channel is for. That is what is different about this channel than anyone else. I will show you the evidence from the left. I will show you the information from around the world and explain to you why I believe these things are happening and what is the consequence, good or bad, and how it's going to affect you. That's what we do on this channel. If you are new to the channel, this is why we do long-form political commentary. This is why it takes a little while for me to explain what the issue is, because we need to understand how is it going to affect us. Not just tomorrow, not just next week, well past the next election. How is it really going to have an impact on the world? And is it good or bad? And it doesn't have anything to do with I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative. It has nothing to do with that. Yes, I have a bias. That doesn't change the evidence I am putting before you. Now, could I be wrong? Could in 2027, could Iran suddenly become a bigger terrorist threat? Maybe. But probably not in 2025. Unlikely in 2026. So let me go on. Let me move forward. Because I want you to understand the full picture of what we are able to see. And by the way, please, if you've made it this far, like, share, most of all, subscribe. Allow this voice to be heard in more places around the world, to be heard in America more. Because we've just survived. We survived the Obama administration. Now we survived the Biden-Harris administration. And you know for a fact, and we're going to get into this, Mark Zuckerberg has already confirmed and proven, you know what? We were being suppressed. The White House, the Democrat White House, was actively silencing your voice. They were actively trying to censor you. It was happening. It wasn't some right-wing idea. Mark Zuckerberg has told you directly that the White House, that his company, Facebook, and social media were actively silencing you, shutting you down, telling you to be ostracized, punishing you for daring to even have a conversation on things they didn't approve of. It is a reality. And you know what? The answer to that is more free speech, not less. More being involved, not less. But I will confirm that. I will show you my evidence on that very shortly. But I wanted to continue to move forward because, let's see. Remember I told you, the question is, Hamas. What is Hamas going to do? Well, as you saw in the breaking news, I had already looked for this. I knew I had this story because Donald Trump has already said, and here's the evidence. Here's the proof coming from foreignpolicy.com. Excuse me. That was earlier today. Joe Biden jumped on the bandwagon after Donald Trump said there's going to be hell to pay. Bring the Americans home. People thought, well, Mike, you're you're just guessing that. No. Here's the evidence. Donald Trump already said it. He said they need to be home before he gets inaugurated, before he officially becomes the 47th president of the United States. Bring the Americans home, alive or dead. Now, what Donald Trump hasn't said, and I think this is important to understand, is there going to be a consequence to Hamas, to Israel, to the terrorists, if the American hostages are in fact all dead, as I fear that they are. I want to be wrong. I want to be proven wrong. I want there to be 17 Americans coming home. Actually, yeah, it would be 17. Out of the 22, that 17 who are still being held by Hamas, that they're going to return home alive. I want that to be the fact. But there's a reason why all of the national media, do a Google search yourself. You will see source by source by source. They will say 8 or 6 or 4 or even 2 American hostages. That's it. And the reason why there is no consensus on how many American hostages are held by Hamas at this moment is because they're only counting the ones that are alive. That's why one news organization, international news organization, will say there's 8 American hostages, and another will say that there are 4 American hostages, because they're only counting the ones that are still alive. And they don't know. They think it's at least 8. It might be just 4. It could be none. Now, Donald Trump has made it simple to start with. Whoever out of the 17 Americans, 17 that we have, that we can account for, that we know are still held by Hamas, alive or dead, send them home. Or else. And Donald Trump isn't the one known for playing around. And I'm glad. Because this is the one thing, it's great to have political debates. It's great to have negotiations. But that all failed. Again, we have offered Hamas for a year and a half a way out. And it's real simple. Give back the hostages. Give back the hostages, and overnight, they will get a ceasefire. It's that simple. We made a red carpet for them. They have the ultimate out. Give back the hostages. And they have consistently said no. Because we had a weak president that never offered anything else. There was never give back the hostages and get a ceasefire, or else. Biden, Harris, Antony Blinken, no one was saying or else. There was no consequence. They just said, please, just give up. Look, we'll give you more humanitarian aid. We'll give you $100 million, $200, $500 million worth of humanitarian aid. We're just going to give you the food and the water, the energy, which you'll use for your army to continue to fight. And we haven't given you a reason to stop fighting. Or else. Hell to pay. That is an alternative. Now they have a choice. Before, it was just, we don't claim a ceasefire and we get humanitarian aid. Hamas gets to continue to fight, gets to continue to have resources to continue to engage in a genocide. Now we have the opportunity to say, or else. You're not going to get more humanitarian aid. You're going to get the other end of the stick. And that's why it's going to be effective. And again, this is why the mainstream news media doesn't want to tell you about it. They don't want to have this conversation because, again, it highlights Donald Trump is being effective. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris have failed. They failed you. They failed every American. They failed the stability and peace in the world. They helped terrorism because they were weak. And there's no other way to say it. You don't have to like Donald Trump for this to be true. Doesn't matter if you like him or not. And again, the prerequisite for a president isn't do we like him? I don't care. Presidents are about effectiveness and efficiency. Whether you like them or not is meaningless. No one cares. It is absolutely unimportant whether you like or dislike any president. Period. Are they effective? Are they efficient? That is the only thing anyone should care about. Oh, I don't like what he said. I don't care. Doesn't matter if you like what he said or not. Oh, he's being mean to Hamas. I don't care. Oh, he's racist. Who cares? By the way, it's not racist to say Hamas, a terrorist organization, needs to be punished. That's not racist. It's got nothing to do with race. It has to do with their actions. It's Islamophobic. No, it's not. It's terrorist. It's an anti-terrorist action. It's not because they're Muslims. It's because they're terrorists. And if you can't see the difference between that, you have a problem. And you probably graduated from Harvard. I just want these things to be clear. It's very upsetting to me because the mainstream news media doesn't want you to take the time to have this conversation, to understand the consequences of what has been done and what is going to happen. And I'm not telling you that every prediction I'm making, every conclusion that I am coming to is absolutely perfectly correct, that I understand it all. No one understands it in the world. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I'm the smartest man in the world, but some things are very obvious. Some conclusions we can obviously make. And there are certain things that we can see why we are not being told the truth, why we are not being allowed to have these conversations, because it has a political impact that is easily identified. I'm not a stupid man. You put a bunch of breadcrumbs in front of me, I can look forward and see where those breadcrumbs lead. It's just that simple. And it's that simple for you as well. I respect my audience. If you guys disagree with me, I know you'll tell me. And that's okay. Again, I have a cold. So I'm doing my best with the cold. I know you guys are watching. I'm loving it. By the way, remember, if for some reason you are not able to leave a comment on YouTube, because YouTube censors you hardcore. YouTube doesn't want you to talk. And YouTube is trying its very, very best to silence people. I don't want to do that. So I am checking from time to time on Rumble, and you are able to always leave a comment on Rumble, even if you aren't able to leave a comment on YouTube. So please remember to do that. You can also do a super chat on YouTube, as well as I think they call it a rant on Rumble. You can do your super chats so that I can see that. So I am looking forward to it. Bear with me. What's the matter with me? What? My chat window is all messed up at the moment. Bear with me. What? I'm trying to fix my chat window over at Rumble. Bear with me 1 second, folks. Okay, I was just checking on chat over at, and I think I do have a comment. Nope. Yeah, not at the moment. Okay, so I'm just checking over at Rumble, was making sure if I had any comments over there. I will be checking from time to time, and I do appreciate everybody. Wherever you leave a comment, I do appreciate and thank you for that. So with that being said, let me jump back in to our comments here. Where did I leave off? So we're still talking international, but let's talk a little bit about what's happening with California, the wildfires. This is such a complete catastrophe that even other people around the world are noticing it. We're getting scolded at this moment, we're getting scolded by the lotus eaters, the United Kingdom. Every country in the world is looking at what's happening right now in California, and they are amazed. They are stunned. The freest nation in the world, the highest quality of overall life in the world is the United States. There is no other country in the world where you have as much freedom, as much access to wealth, as much quality of life as in the United States. And yet, California is falling apart. California is closer to a third world nation than it is the pinnacle of freedom in the world, the pinnacle of success in the world. It just doesn't make sense. It's like it's an oxymoron. And everyone in the world is going, what are you guys doing? It's California. It's one of the most lucrative, potentially lucrative, some of the most expensive plots of land in the world are in California. Some of the biggest businesses in the world are in California. It's one of the destinations in the world for people around the world. You want to have success, you go to California. You want to live a good life, you go to California. You have the capability. You can become an entertainer. You can become a great businessman. You can be involved in technology. Go to California. And yet, California is burning as if it were a third world shanty town. You would think that this is just outside of Brazil, that this is one of those shanty towns in Brazil or in Chile or Angola, because that's how it's burning right now. It's amazing, and it's insulting. And, the Lotus Eaters, the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, British, conservative, okay, are highlighting the abject failure, the obvious problem. The problem is this woman on screen right now, one of the three Kirstens in California in control of the LA Fire Department. She handles, this woman in particular on screen, handles the LA Fire Department's DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department. She makes about $400,000. I think it's $399,000 a year. Think about that. $400,000 a year in the fire department. And she admits she can't carry someone out of a building. She admits that she is a complete failure as a firefighter. Because if you can't carry someone out of a burning building, that is not the fault of the person in the building. That is the fault of the firefighter. The job of firefighters, firemen, is to save lives. Period. Full stop. Doesn't matter how you got into that burning building or that burning location. Whether you're an idiot or whether it was completely innocent, their job as firefighters is to save you, to go into that burning building, to go to that burning vehicle, to open it up and to save your life, to pick you up and take you out of that burning location. That is their job. And it is a hell of a job. I can't say that I would ever do that. Look, I joined the Marine Corps. And I understand. Would I charge a machine gun nest? Was I trained and taught how to go after an enemy that's shooting at me? Yes, I was. Would I do that? I did. I would give up my life for my country. That's what I did as a Marine. Would I go into a burning building? Probably not. I'm being honest with you. There's a big difference between taking on an enemy with a machine gun nest, an enemy engaging in a firefight with me as part of the military, and running into a burning building. I would like to tell you that in every case, I'll run into that burning building to save someone's life. I would like to tell you that. I can't guarantee it. because I'm honest, because I'm a human being. Because 99% of human beings will not run into a burning building. Because that's a special kind of something. It takes something very special for a person to run into a burning building. It's different. I believe that it is easier to fight in a war than to run into a burning building. I truly do. I could be wrong. I'm sure there are people in the military that will tell you that they have a different feeling about it. I'm not saying that I can't say that everyone in the army won't run into a burning building. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Maybe everyone in the Air Force is going to run into a burning building just because it's burning. Maybe they will. Probably not. I can only tell you what I know for sure. Will I fight in a firefight? Absolutely. Will I run into a burning building? I'd like to think so. Under most circumstances, I'm pretty sure I would. Can't guarantee it. I'm being honest, because it is that difficult to be a firefighter. They are that special. It is a very, very special kind of career. And I applaud them. I recognize them. I recognize that huge accomplishment, that very unique accomplishment in humanity. Because 99% of us, if we are honest, we're not running into that burning building. That's just the truth. 99% of us are almost never going to run into that burning building. And even if we did, we wouldn't know what to do. We wouldn't know how to save someone's life. We'd screw up. And then there'd be two people stuck in that burning building that someone else has to save. That's just a reality. That's the truth. That's if we're being honest. So it takes a special breed of person. Fair enough. But it is something entirely different to hire people, specifically hiring people that, first of all, aren't going to run into that burning building. Why are you a fireman? Why are you in the fire department? You're not even going to run into the burning building. Why are you wasting everyone's time? Why are you wasting people's money? Why are you taking a job away from someone else who will run into that burning building? And it's not about, I don't care, but they're brown. They've got brown skin. They've got a different kind of gender. They are they, them, or a he, she, it, toaster. I don't care. Look, I don't care. Being special enough, being one of those unique people that will run into a burning building has nothing to do with whether you're male or female, he, she, it, toaster, whether you're light-skinned or dark-skinned or purple polka dot skinned. I don't care. That's not relevant. But we have this woman admitting publicly, professionally, on the record, saying, hey, she's not going to save you. She gets paid $400,000 a year to not save you. How the hell did she get hired? Why is she not instantly fired when she admits it's your fault for being in a burning building? It's not her fault for not saving you. If she can't do the job, fire her. Period. Full stop. I'm not saying there are no women. There's no women who can be a fireman. I don't know. There might be some. There might be some women. It's the same thing about, women in the military. Yeah, I'm generally against that too. Why? Because if you can't do the job, you don't get the job. Now, I've had this conversation with a couple of friends of mine who served in Iraq. Yeah, I mean you, Lee. Lee knows who I'm talking about. And I know, they served in Iraq, and I had a big argument about this. They're like, no, there are women who are hard chargers that are able to do the job as well as any man. And I'm like, you know what? Fantastic. I will fight in a war with that woman. Let that woman be on my fire team. She can outmarch me. She can out-hump a pack than me. And that means that you're going to carry a backpack, which usually weighs about 70 pounds. And she can carry that 70-pound backpack as well as I can and outmarch me on a forced march. Fantastic. She can shoot better than I can. Fantastic. She's going to run into that foxhole, go into that building, take on those insurgents, do the interrogation as well or better than me. Fantastic. I want her with me. And that is the exception. That is extremely rare. And we bend over backwards, especially in America, to give every exception in the book. The average woman in the U.S. military right now can't pass the male physical. Overwhelmingly, over 90% cannot pass the male physical. Why are you in the military? Period. Full stop. I say the same thing for the fire department. If you cannot pass the minimum requirement to be a fireman, then why are you on the job? This is not a job where you lower the standards. Either you can pick up that man passed out, that man, that woman, that child that has passed out in that burning building, pick them up and carry them out. If you cannot do that job, which is the minimum requirement of the job, then you don't get the job. I don't care what the color of skin you have. I don't care what your gender preference is. I don't care who you sleep with or what you call yourself. I don't care. If you can't do it, you don't get the job. They're like, but there's only 5% of women in there. And that's 5% too many if they can't do the job. Those are people taking up space and wasting money if they can't do the job. If this woman, Kirsten, who is in charge of the LA Fire Department's DEI department, is busy and her job is to hire people who can't do the job, but they do have the right skin tone, they have the right sexual preference, they date the right people, she's useless. That position is useless. It is a waste of money and resources and time, and people are dying as a consequence of that. Let us be very, very honest with each other about that. Maybe people think I'm wrong. Mike, you're just harsh. You're mean. You're a mean person, Mike, for telling the truth. And even people overseas are seeing this. Even people overseas, like in the Lotus Eaters, they're looking at this and they're going, you've got to be kidding me. You have a firefighter who says that they cannot do the job and that they will not save people, and their focus, their job, their preference is to hire more people just like them. And then you wonder why people die. And then you wonder why people don't want to be firemen. Then you wonder why we have failures in our fire departments, because your focus is wrong. You failed from the start. If this Kristen, who is in charge of DEI hiring in the LA Fire Department, if she could save people, go into a burning building and save people, say pick up a 250-pound man and take him out of the building, I have no problem. If she admits that she can do the job and that she is willing to go into that burning building, pick up that man and carry him out, and that she can do the job, I got no problem. I don't care what her sex is. I don't care what her gender is. I don't care who she sleeps with. Means nothing to me. But she's more worried about, but Mike, I'm Hispanic. I'm brown-skinned. Don't you feel better? No, I'm dying in a burning building. I don't care. But we're brown and dying. It doesn't matter. If you can't pick me up and take me out because I have smoke inhalation, or I'm lost in the burning building, or I'm terrified, I'm afraid because everything is burning around me, If you can't save me, I don't care. But I'm gender neutral. You don't care. I'm not trying to date you. A burning building is not a dating location. You don't go out on dates to go into a burning building. You don't go and look for your partner, your sexual partner, your life partner in a burning building. That's not the job. Is this too much to say to people? Is this too hard for people to understand in California or anywhere else in the country? Am I truly evil to say something as simple as that? You don't have to like it. I'm not trying to tell you how to feel about it. I'm telling you the truth. I'm being honest with you. And people around the world are looking at this going, is this what it is to be American? It's definitely what this is. This is what it is to be Californian. And that's why no one in the world wants to be Californian. We spend over $200 million. Actually, it's $2.6 billion a year. $2.6 billion a year trying to convince other countries like Pakistan that they should be California, that they should be more like this woman, that they're going to hire people in their fire department to not save lives. Are you surprised that Pakistan will take the $200 million and say, you're out of your damn mind? We, of course, are never going to do this. We want firefighters that save people's lives, period. We want firefighters that can pick someone up and take them out of a burning building. And we're not going to hire someone who can't do that just because they have a tan and they may or may not have a sexual preference for something. They're not going to do it. And they shouldn't. Nor should we. We are wasting money, time. We are losing our status in the world. Everyone's looking at us like, how dumb, how insane are you? And I have to say, I can't fault them on that. Am I the only one? I truly do not believe I'm the only one that's going to look at that and go, this makes no sense whatsoever. This is insane. It's beyond counterproductive. All right. Let me... And the insanity about what's happening with the LA fires right now goes far beyond that. But that's one thing that everyone in the world is going, America is supposed to be such a great place with such great opportunity. California is supposed to be one of the highlights of the United States. One of the best of the best. America's the best nation, and California is supposed to be one of the best states. And look at what they are doing. Yeah, not so great. But let's look at this from a different point of view. Let me look at this because I saw this last night. And this made me livid. Because the news media, they're not going to tell you this. The mainstream news media has completely avoided this story. It came out yesterday. I saw it last night. I did a short video on this story when I saw this because I thought this is insane. Now, this is Elizabeth Warren. This is her official account. This is real. This has been verified by news agencies. She actually says this. Elizabeth Warren is trying to get everyone to donate to the Democratic Party because of the LA fire. So there are over 170,000 people who have lost their homes, their businesses, everything. And they need help. Not everyone in the Pacific Palisades is rich. Not everyone has a $5 million home. Not everyone in the Pacific Palisades isn't a Hollywood entertainer. Okay? So there are people who absolutely need help. And that's a great thing, that we can help them. That America is one of the most generous nations in the world. We help everyone in the world, and we don't need the government to do it. Without the government's help, the United States, the individual people of the United States, give more to virtually every country in the world than governments give to people around the world. And as a total, the United States, as a total, the individual American people give more to charity around the world as a total than governments in the world giving aid to each other. That's how wonderful the United States is. We have the wealth, we have the comfort, and we share it with the world. More than any other nation in the world, more than governments in the world, which is beautiful. And this fire is not supposed to be political, but it is. Because the reason why there is this fire, why this fire exists, is political. How this fire is being fought is political. And the failures as a consequence of this fire is political. So as much as Gavin Newsom wants to say, it's not political, how dare you make this political? Gavin Newsom, you slug. You are the reason why it's political. Your politics created the environment that created the fire. You are the reason why we are dealing with this. Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, you are the reason we are dealing with this because of your politics, because of the DEI, because of the failures at every level, state, city, and local. You're failing. You have failed the people in every single aspect, and that's why we have this fire, and that's why people are suffering. So it is political, because it was always political. From the start, when you decided that a 3-inch fish called the smelt was more important than people's lives, when you decided that forest management and supporting the progressive green energy, climate change, environmental lobby was more important than people's lives, you took the politics and made it more important than people. You created this problem. You did that. That was back in 2013. It was just a matter of time before the consequences would come up. And how many lives is it going to cost? That was just a matter of time. And in that political environment that created the fire that we are dealing with today, the consequences of those politics and those political decisions, we now have an insult. This is evil. And again, no one in the mainstream news media is going to talk to you about this. Mainstream news media is trying to bury this story. They want this gone before Monday. They do not want you to be at the water cooler to share this news with any of your friends. They want this buried down deep. Elizabeth Warren, who is a Democrat, a senator, powerful Democrat in the United States Senate, says, she reaches out on Twitter, reaches 2.8 million people because she's a senator and she's a Democrat and she has a name that people recognize. She's run for president more than once. And she's using her star power, her political power, her influence, and saying, help those people in California who aren't celebrities, who aren't superstars, who aren't in the entertainment industry, who just lost everything. Please help those people, which I stand right behind. And if that is all that Elizabeth Warren had done, you would never hear me talking about it. If anything, you would hear me praise her for stepping up and saying, help our fellow American. Absolutely. I would agree with that. But that's not what she did. Because instead of actually saying, hey, help, just help, go to a charity and donate so that we can help these people with their charitable needs, she instead says, go to ActBlue. People are going to say, ActBlue? What's that, Mike? I don't get it. Why are you upset? Why is this a big deal? ActBlue is political. It is a PAC. It bundles money. The only purpose of ActBlue is to give money to Democrats. That's their job. That's all they do. They take money and they give them to them. People like Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren got $267,000 from ActBlue in donations. Over $250,000 came in donations from ActBlue because that's all ActBlue does. ActBlue is not a charity. ActBlue doesn't help people who survived a fire or earthquake or a natural disaster. ActBlue doesn't care about anything except giving money to Democrats. That's their job. That's their purpose to exist. That is all that they do. ActBlue gives money to Democrats to run for political office, to have a campaign. It is pure, absolute, nothing but politics. And Elizabeth Warren is lying to 2.8 million people saying, give your money to ActBlue so ActBlue can give it to a charity. Why are we wasting time? Why are we using that as the middleman? Why are we wasting our time and effort to give your money? If you want to help people, go give it directly to the Salvation Army, to the Red Cross. Go directly to them and make the donation to help people in California. Why are you giving it to a political organization whose only job is to help reelect Democrats? How is that helping someone who just had their house burned down? I really, desperately want to hear from any progressive, any member of the Democratic Socialists of America, members of BLM, the Democratic Party, any elected official, any candidate in the Democratic Party. Please explain to me why people should waste time and money to give their money to ActBlue so that ActBlue might give that money to a charity. Why are we wasting time with that middleman? Why is that necessary? Why is Elizabeth Warren trying to say, well, if you give money to ActBlue, the Democratic fundraiser, well, that money will get to the United Way. Why am I not just giving money to the United Way? Why do I need to use ActBlue? Well, we know why. And I put it in a 1-minute video why. Matter of fact, I'll play this for you right now, just so you can see it. It's 1 minute. 1 minute, and it explains why I'm so pissed off. Governor Gavin Newsom, you recently said that the LA fires aren't political. Then you should vehemently denounce Senator Elizabeth Warren. She's making it political. Elizabeth Warren on Twitter came out and asked people to give donations to ActBlue, a fundraising platform for Democrats. In fact, Elizabeth Warren received over $250,000 from ActBlue in 2024 alone. And ActBlue is currently being investigated by the Treasury Department, as well as a criminal referral by Attorney General Ken Paxton in 2024 to the DOJ. There is zero evidence that ActBlue will give 100% of donations to any charity. But even if they did, every name will now be part of a Democrat donation list. It's political. Denounce Elizabeth Warren, because she is making this political. That's the answer. That's the answer. Because Democrats. Because Elizabeth Warren wants you. She wants you to give to ActBlue. Because if you give to ActBlue, your name will go on the list. Let me bring this to the main. There. When you give money to ActBlue, you are now put on a list of donors for the Democratic Party, so that they can automatically go back to you and ask you for money for every single Democrat that runs for any election, so that they can try and make you into a Democratic voter. You are now a resource for Democrats. It has nothing to do with anything else. Oh, you're charitable. You're trying to help people. They're trying to get Democrats elected. They're putting that middleman in the way. The reason why, instead of going to the United Way of Greater Los Angeles, you're going to ActBlue, so Democrats can get your money. So Democrats can push their propaganda, their ideology, so that they can maintain power. They want their database of people like you on there so that they can go and get your money and get reelected and maintain power. This has nothing about saving people's lives. If Elizabeth Warren wanted to just help people who are suffered from the fire, the LA wildfires, she'd tell you to go to the United Way, not ActBlue. It's just that simple. And I ask any Democrat that's elected, any candidate, I ask anybody who is in politics, please explain. Why do we need to go to a fundraiser and put your name on their database for future donations to Democrats, a political and partisan machine? Why do we need to use them to make a donation that you could go and directly make in the first place? You don't need the middleman. You don't need ActBlue. The only purpose to use ActBlue is so that Democrats get more money and get more power. And they're doing that on the backs of they're doing this on the backs of American citizens who have lost everything. They have lost their homes. They may have lost some of their family members and loved ones. They have lost everything. And Democrats, like Elizabeth Warren, are playing politics with these people's lives. That is evil. That is evil. Let's see. User has been banned says, Karen Bass is a communist who took trips to Cuba for Marxist training. She may have been. By the way, Karen Bass is the mayor of LA. She's part of the reason why we have the fires, why there's no water in the fire hydrants in LA. It's not just Gavin Newsom's fault. It's Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass and the LA DEI department of the fire department. It's them all together. They're so busy playing their politics that they have failed the people. But in this case, I want to focus on Elizabeth Warren is evil. She's trying to get a political gain. It's not even like propaganda. She is literally manipulating people, using the tragedy of people's lives being destroyed to help her political party, to help her get reelected, to maintain power. That's sick. Now you know why you haven't heard about this on the mainstream news media. Why isn't ABC News talking about this? Why aren't you seeing articles about this in the New York Times? Oh, because Democrats are being unambiguously evil. Because there's no way to explain this. There's no way to justify this. There's no way to say, well, kind of, sort of, you just don't understand No, it's evil. It is nothing but evil. It is pure partisan manipulation. That's it. And they think you're too dumb to know that ActBlue is purely political, that they're a Democratic fundraiser, that they're going to take your information, that they're going to use that to advance their political agenda in the future, that they are wasting time and money going through ActBlue to make a charitable donation. Now, let me be very clear and very fair, because I know someone will say, but Mike, Gavin Newsom, he's saying there's a lot of misinformation out there. I'm showing you the source. This came from Elizabeth Warren. It is not, there's no misinformation about it. That's what she said. That's the organization she pointed out. That's the process she's put before people. There's no misunderstanding there. I'm not misunderstanding. I'm not misrepresenting. These are the facts. So Gavin, oh, there's misinformation out there. This is misinformation. There's nothing to be confused about. I've shown you the evidence. But Gavin Newsom's kind of funny because he's like, this is not political. You're making it political. Gavin Newsom himself is telling people to use ActBlue to make the donation. Now, I want you to look at this very carefully because this is what you see on ActBlue's page. Contribute to the California Fire Foundation. Why do you need to do that? You don't. You don't need to do that. There is nothing necessary about this. You can go and make the direct donation. It's a tax-deductible donation. ActBlue is not tax-deductible. Making a donation to ActBlue is not tax-deductible. And the money will go directly to supporting firefighters, minus the fee, 3.95%. Because ActBlue isn't tax deductible. They are a for-profit Democrat fundraiser. And they want you to go through ActBlue. Now, here's the part that I thought was really important. If you've saved your payment information with ActBlue Express, your donation will go through immediately. So they're going to delay your money. Here you are, you're making a donation to save people's lives because right now, people had their houses burned to cinders. They have nothing left. Right now, those people need somewhere to go, to take care of their kids, to take care of their pets, to take care of themselves. They need somewhere to go right now. And ActBlue, if you use ActBlue, they're going to delay your money that you wanted to give as a charitable donation. It's going to be delayed unless you use the Express. But that means you are going deeper. You're giving more information to a Democratic fundraiser. You are filling out your fundraising form so that they can more easily get donations from you for Elizabeth Warren, for Gavin Newsom, for Kamala Harris, for the AOC, for the Democratic Party. This is a trap. This is a setup. This is political. And Gavin Newsom himself is the one who's actually suggesting it. In my video when I made it last night, I didn't realize that Gavin Newsom was the one who told Elizabeth Warren, hey, no, let's use ActBlue instead of the charities that already exist. This is evil. This is using people. They are using human beings. No one in the news media wants to tell you this. Nobody in the news media wants you to know this. They are hiding this from you because I truly believe that regardless of what your political alignment is, I don't care if you're a conservative, you could be Green Party, you could be Libertarian, you could be with the damn socialists. But I think that if you heard this and if someone said, hey, by the way, ActBlue does nothing. They are wasting your time and your money, and it only helps Democrats fundraise for future elections. That's why they did that. I think everyone will be insulted. Everyone will find that to be vile and evil and disgusting, which is why they don't want you to know, because they want to keep Elizabeth Warren in power, because they don't want Democrats to seem as ugly and vicious and uncaring as they are. And I say that because look at what they have done. I really found this to be one of the most upsetting pieces of news in quite some time. And it's one of the most upsetting pieces of news, obviously, for the start of the year. But, I mean, the depravity, the lack of concern for human beings, for human life, for dignity. No, again, if Elizabeth Warren, Gavin Newsom, if the Democrats wanted to say, donate towards any group, again, like the United Way of Greater Los Angeles or the Red Cross. Fantastic. And I recommend it. Go, and if you want to donate to help the people in California, in LA, the people who are being affected, yes, it's not all millionaires, it's not all celebrities. There are people who absolutely need your help. Absolutely. Help those people. Go to the Red Cross. Go to the United Way. Not ActBlue. Not to a political fundraiser. I'm not going to tell you to go to the GOP and donate to the GOP so that they can make the donation for you. I'm not going to tell you that. Why? Because that would be ass backwards. It would be purely political, and it's not helpful. It's duplicitous and evil. So I'm not going to tell you, oh, go to, you can go to the Libertarian fundraiser or the, Democratic Socialists of America, their fundraiser. No. Donate to the charity. Donate to a known, successful charity. Not to some Mickey Mouse group that's playing games, and they're doing this to take advantage of you. I get very excited about these things. I get very excited because it's upsetting. And this should be mainstream news. This should be on ABC, on NBC, on CBS. This should be covered by MSNBC, by CNN. This should be covered by the full spectrum of the news media. And Elizabeth Warren should be denounced by Gavin Newsom, by Donald Trump, by every member of the news media. She should be denounced for what she has done, which is blatantly political for no damn good reason. She should be called out. But the mainstream news media is 80, 90% left. They're protecting their political interest, their political agenda. They're protecting Elizabeth Warren because she's an important senator. They're protecting their identity. They don't want people to know about ActBlue. That ActBlue is more than willing to deceive people about how their money is being used and moved around. Oh, there's another element to this, by the way. Why do you think the money is delayed? Here's something that no one ever talks about. No one ever talks about this. Why is the money that you give to ActBlue delayed? In this case, it's going to be delayed on getting to a charity that you don't know about. You don't know which charity they're going to give to. You don't know how much they're going to give to a charity. You don't know when they're going to give it to the charity. So sometime in the future, if you gave them $10 today, at some point in the future, they say they will give the money to a charity. Don't know which charity, don't know how much. But here's the thing. Why are they waiting to give the money? Because they make interest on the money. If 1 million people, 2.8 million people, let's round it up, 3 million people saw the message from Elizabeth Warren, 3 million compassionate, loving, helpful American citizens saw Elizabeth Warren say, give money to help these people. And they didn't think about it. They just said, I want to help. Because like most Americans, they are generous. They want to help other people when they are in need. So those 3 million people instantly didn't think about it. They just said, let me help. Let me send out, let's say $10 each. All 3 million people instantly went over and sent $3 million to ActBlue so that ActBlue eventually will give the money to a charity. ActBlue gets paid interest on $30 million. Oh, you didn't think about that. No one likes to do the math. No one thinks about the finance of it. I used to be a stockbroker. I do think about these things. So ActBlue is going to have a bank account where they're getting daily interest off of the sums on the totals that they have. The more money they have, the more interest payments they receive. They're making money on the money. The longer they hold that money, the more money they will make in interest payments. They don't want to give the money away. The longer they're legally able to hold it, the more money they get to make. And since their only job at ActBlue is to give money to Democrats so that they can get elected, they want as much money as possible. They want to wait as long as possible. So the reason why they're going to delay your money is so that they can make money off of your generosity. You want to help. 3 million people saw what Elizabeth Warren said, and they said, I want to help. Not because of politics, but because people were in need. And ActBlue said, hey, we get to make free money. We get to take advantage of these bleeding hearts. And they get to use that to push in more Democrats and more power. Do you see why I say this is so evil? And it's all in black and white. It's legal. I'm not saying that it's illegal. I'm not saying anyone did anything illegal. Don't misunderstand me. There is no illegality to this. It is up front and in everyone's face. You're just not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to understand the details. You're not supposed to reflect on this and go, hey, wait a minute. Why are they holding on to the money? People need it now. They make interest. They make interest off the money. The longer they hold it, the more money they make. Wait a minute. Let me think about this. Why are they doing this? Because this is evil. I know. No one likes to talk about math. No one likes to talk about the numbers. No one likes to think about the ulterior motives, which is why they get away with it, which is why MSNBC doesn't talk about this, why CNN doesn't have any news about this, because they're going to push this story down. They're going to bury this story. Oh, my puppy's here. Hi. Yes. You know I got a cold. You don't care. Hi. Say hi to the people. Say hi to the people. Look. See? Hi. This is Khan. Khan is saying hi. Khan is also mad at me. Yes, I know. Okay. Remember I said that we take a break for the people who are new, who've been watching the show, who've been, hopefully are still watching, as I'm losing my mind about what Elizabeth Warren, what Gavin Newsom have been doing, how they've been using people, abusing people who have no home. Yeah, I need a break because I'm going to have a blood vessel burst because I'm pissed off about this. And I just want to start cursing, and I don't curse on this channel. So I really want to, but I'm not. So I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to walk my dog because he needs me to walk. He's 13 years old. I love my dog. I'm going to take him for a walk. I'm going to calm down. It's cold weather, so I will cool down, guaranteed. It's like 30 degrees outside. I'm going to cool down. I'm going to calm down. Then I'm going to come right back, and we're going to have a conversation. I had something prepared for this, and I completely screwed it up. So let's see. Do I have something else? No. All right.
Hey, first of all, Michael Vasquez is
okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play. I had a video from last year. I'm going to play this. This is me on election night talking with Hard Lens Media, which is a left-leaning channel with a bunch of left-leaning co-panelists, talking about my views on election night as we were getting results in about what I thought about the 2024 election, what I thought would happen, the predictions that I had made. I'm going to play that for you as I walk my dog, calm down, and come back. And then we'll finish up the show. So I'm going to play that. Let's see. It's now 4:45. Let's say 5:30. 5:30. 45 minutes. 5:30. And then we'll be back. Okay.
Hey, first of all, Michael Vasquez is a standing co-host and contributor to the Larry Sharp Show. He's been on there. We've had some very healthy debates, and you're more politically to the right. And I'm glad that we could have another perspective on here. Larry, unfortunately, said he couldn't make it. So, Michael, I've been opening this up to the floor, but to the people. What are your thoughts about what's going to happen this election cycle? Will we actually have a final result count? What do you think the overall result will be? Who will get popular vote? Who will win the Electoral College? Your thoughts and what's happening in your state specifically when you voted? Michael,
you're muted.
Oh. You either muted yourself or something. I can't hear you.
No, I muted myself.
Sorry.
You got me now, right?
Yes, now we can hear you loud and clear. So let's get your thoughts. Popular vote, Electoral College, who's going to win? Will there be a final result? And what's happening in your state?
No problem. So I'm in New York, and the first thing I want to do before anything else is I do want to mention hello to the chat. Hello to everyone on the panel. Kit, always good to see you again.
Thank you.
And it's kind of neat. Like the first time having a conservative Republican on the channel. I am honored for that.
You crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's always wonderful to have these voices, to have these conversations. And I'll be here at least an hour. And you know what? If the chat's loving the conversation, you guys are loving it, I'll stay longer. I'm known for going long. Sunday, I did my live stream. I went 7.5 hours, which is not that unusual for me.
Yeah, you made out stronger stuff. Made out stronger stuff than me.
Yeah, that's what I do. But to give everyone a quick idea who I am, and then I'm going to go right into your questions because you guys are really going to love what I'm going to predict.
Okay.
But political commentary for 18 years now, ran for Congress, ran for county legislature as well. Obviously didn't win. Conservative Republican, Marine Corps. And I'm a little bit older than all of you guys. So I have a slightly different perspective. Yes, I've lived in Moscow. Yes, I speak some Russian. Yes, I've been on both coasts of the United States. Been through a few things. Been through earthquakes, floods, fires, got hit by a car. Few things. So, and been homeless twice in my life. So I have a unique perspective on a few things which bring me to a more conservative Republican point of view. So that's me in a nutshell. And I do my show every Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There that goes. Okay. Now let's get to the meat and potatoes. Now that you have some understanding of my background, let me explain. We're going to see 120 million votes. We're going to see a drop of 30 million votes in this election because there is no Democratic enthusiasm behind Kamala Harris for multiple reasons. And that's going to translate into an election where I believe you're going to see Donald Trump take the popular vote by about 3%. Part of that is because of mail-in ballots, which we have seen so far. For Democrats, they have always, since 2004, Democrats always have more mail-in votes than any other party. But what we have seen is that they are down somewhere around 25. Some reports are as much as 40% down from 2020 and from 2016. So there are fewer Democrat mail-in ballots, and we're seeing more ballots, either the same or more, depending on the state and the reporting, for Republicans. That's going to lead, and when we take into account that Republicans, about 55% of them, like independents, show up on game day. Today, my calculation says that means it's going to be an electoral win of 312 votes for Donald Trump versus 226 for Kamala Harris. She will lose Michigan. And quite possibly, I may be underestimating, because it is possible she will lose Wisconsin as well. The key factor in that isn't Kamala Harris. It's actually Jill Stein, third party. She has done an enormous amount of work and has been very successful in Michigan in capturing a section, the Dearborn, Michigan voter, and have rallied them from across the country with high concentrations in Michigan and in Wisconsin. So I think that's going to have a major effect. She's going to come in third. She should get somewhere between 3 to 5%, given the margin of error, which is about 1.5 to 2. That means that Donald Trump wins in Michigan by about 1 to 2.5 points, which is more than enough, and possibly a similar reaction in Wisconsin. I expect. Okay, go ahead.
So let me push back here. I don't want to be the bad guy. I think everyone knows where I stand on this, but let me go ahead and push back here because both you and I live in two states that have something very interesting, and that is both our states are extremely draconian towards third parties. Now, we've both been on Larry Sharp's show. We've talked about the impact of third parties. When you went out to vote, and maybe I'm fast forwarding this question here, but what did you notice on the ballot when it came down to third parties? Were third parties prevalent in your district? Because for me, libertarians and some Greens were able to get on, but for presidential candidates, both New York and Illinois, Jill Stein is a write-in. Same thing for the Libertarians too, and the Libertarians got almost every single state, save for Illinois and New York. So are you really thinking that the third parties can actually gain some momentum and really impact and shift the election like corporate media and the Democrats are fearing?
Well, sort of. And I'm in New York State, so it is ultra blue. It is ultra progressive blue, which is different than just being normal Democrat. I'd say the average Democrat is more center left. New York is far further left, more like California to that degree. And so New York does have what they call third parties, which isn't third parties. You have a conservative party, you have the Working Families Party. Now, the Conservative Party is very much aligned with the Republican Party. They're not the same, but there isn't much of a difference. And normally they support each other's candidates in every election. The Working Families Party is basically home of the progressive movement of the Democratic wing. So they, again, very much are aligned with Democrats and often have Democratic candidates on their line as well, although they're more than willing to have further left candidates on the Working Families line. So we see that. So that's not really the third party we think of when we think of the rest of the nation. You're not seeing the Green Party. You're not seeing the Socialists. You're not seeing the independent Dr. Cornel West or even RFK. You're not seeing them on the ballot because New York has basically outlawed any other voice than what New York State approves of, and they don't want to move outside the two-party system for the most part. I voted at 3 o'clock, and sadly, even though I'm in the Bronx, we had 6,161 people at that time had voted at my, I'm in the same home my family's been in for the last 50 years. So this is a huge increase. We've been increasing in the area. There are about 20,000, 25,000 people in this community that would use that voting booth. So the numbers are not very good, to be honest. I believe that we're going to see a lot more votes for Donald Trump than probably what Democrats would be comfortable with for New York State. Now, of course, Harris will win New York, but Trump's going to have a stronger showing than they expected. Third party, yeah, I voted for a couple of conservatives. I wrote in, now sadly, in my district, for judges, there were 6 judges, and now there was no one running against them. Lack of money, lack of ability to get interest. The Republican Party failed. So did the Conservative Party. So they were unopposed. So I wrote in 6 different names. Once I wrote in Larry twice, wrote myself in once, and I wrote in a couple of conservative candidates running for assembly and state in a couple of spots as well. Because
as you should.
Yeah. People forget we have the right always to write in anyone we want. The government doesn't get to pick and choose who we vote for. So I agree with all you guys. Third party, I want there to be a third party because I want the best candidate to win. I want the most efficient and effective politician in any office. Right. And you only get that when you have competition. When they sit up on a stage, they debate, you get to hear them in interviews, you get to see them in person and ask them questions and they answer it. And we get the best person with the best plan. And that's the only person that should win. Now, I think that generally more Republicans and conservatives will win in that scenario than anyone else. But you know what? If there is someone who's third party, who is demonstrably better, I want them. I don't care what party they're in. I want the best, only the best, because that's what America needs. desperately.
Michael,
So that kind of answer
I agree. Hold on, but real quick, Michael.
Sure.
First of all, I agree with what your statement is. But see, here's my pushback. That's a high standard because I have that high standard. But we're in the United States where money is speech and corporations are people. And in Illinois, election integrity, you're better off believing in the Loch Ness monster and Sasquatch knocking at your door than actually get. I mean, again, we need to have real reform in here. So one other thing too, I want to bring up, and that is in regards towards how this election could turn out, the voter turnout. Then we are seeing people though. Turning out in mass, and this is something I call about voter enthusiasm. Like even where I went to vote, people were showing up. And the thing is, I was rather surprised how there was also engagement about talking about some of the local areas, especially in office that are there. And of course, you being in New York, I'm pretty sure you're well aware of what happened with Peanut. We actually went over that, and again. Yes, and it's a fascinating story about that. But in regards to the local level, because after election night, people are just going to take it easy, and you've been involved in the political process, as has Larry. Your thoughts on the day after, the day after. I mean, how do we keep the engagement going on? Because I'm pretty sure everybody across the spectrum is just going to want to just drop their hammers, drop their shields, drop their spears and swords, and just say, all right, I'm going to sleep for the next 4 years.
Well, historically, we are at the plateau. This is the peak for the election season. The average normal person in America, they start paying attention to politics after Labor Day, September 1st, and they stop remembering anything one day, not Wednesday, but Thursday. On Thursday, massive drop in all politics because they go back to watching the Housewives of whatever the hell, and LeBron James and some other basketball players. And that's it. And that's sad because that's when all of that lame duck session, the time between Thursday and January 5th, we get to see politicians who don't give a damn. No one's holding them accountable. No one's paying attention. And they try and sneak in so many things. Now, the one thing that we're going to see this year, which is like what we saw in 2016, is, if I'm correct, and Donald Trump wins, which I believe is very likely, and I think the Democrats
That's my prediction too. That's my prediction too.
Yeah,
I think most agree with that. 1 hour after it's called for Donald Trump, there will be spontaneous riots and attempts at insurrection zones, or otherwise known as autonomous zones, in the top 11 cities in America, which happen to all be Democrat-held cities that have been Democrat for at least 50 years.
I've seen some talks about that here in Chicago, and again, Angel, I'm going to give the floor to you. But real quick, I got family flying in from O'Hare, and that's happening tomorrow. And one thing that's, no matter who wins, I think there's going to be a lot of vocal outrage because we had a senile senior citizen run a global superpower. So now I know how the ancient Romans felt when they had Caligula or Nero at the helm. So, Angel, your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Biden's not running anything. So clearly we have some sort of permanent state, deep state, whatever you call it, actually running the United States during these last 4 years. But to the next point I have, it's true. Here where I live in New Jersey, there's businesses putting up like planks all over their windows and stuff because they expect riots if Trump wins. So in Washington, that's also happening. A lot of these big like blue cities or blue states there. I've seen in here where I live, there's like, they're putting up planks and stuff. Like they're expecting riots, especially if Trump wins. So yeah, I mean, I've seen it myself, which is why I agree. There's going to be riots today if Trump wins. If it's called tonight or whenever it's called, there's definitely going to be some rioting. So
I understand. Daniel, real quick, you want to add in your 2 cents here? Go ahead. Here, let me make the microphone.
Yeah, I think that here's the big deal. We're dealing with the edge on both sides, generally, of where the human mind goes when it's in group sessions. And so I think that the reality is it's not really about who wins in terms of what we're talking about with like how people are going to respond. It's going to be question about the people that lose, because I think you're right. I think that whichever side loses is going to riot, is going to do something, because everyone seems very primed for that. So really, I think the better way to look at it is whoever wins is going to have a really good PR day, and whoever loses is going to look like a hypocrite.
And again, we got to talk about hypocrisy and a little bit of the trauma too, because, I think we've all remembered how crazy not only 2016 was, but 2020. And that brings in our next guest co-host, because again, I think we got him. I know, Michael, you're in here for an hour. I want to make sure I want to get your comments on it real quick here. But Nick, hey, shout out to Nick. You've been on the show a few times, and you've been an outstanding advocate. You've brought in a lot of people onto the show too who talk about trauma and going through this. And there's one thing you probably messaged me about, and that is the trauma of an election. I know, because many people have Trump derangement syndrome. And Michael, we actually talked about this the last time together. We were on Larry Sharp's show. And Angel, I know you talked about this. Jesse, you brought this up here too about Trump derangement syndrome and people having that man living in their head. So how do we get past this derangement, man? How do we, because again, tomorrow, anything's going to happen. None of us can really predict the future. We can make our predictions and our thoughts with the data before us and even our own biases. I have my biases. We all do. How do we get through this, Nick?
Oh, well, I don't have an answer for you, because I think what is going to happen is one way or another, we're going to have massive emotional meltdowns on whichever side ends up losing. And I think, just really the way both campaigns have been run have continued the dividing. So it's not even like there's a chance that we're going to be any more close together. So I know for me, and what I tell people is like, you've got to just kind of check in with yourself, what you can handle, what you can't handle, put up boundaries. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. If you don't want to read about it, get off of the internet, and kind of just protect yourself, because whatever side wins, the other side's coming.
Now, Michael, we actually talked about Trump derangement syndrome, and then Angel Snow, I want you to get your thoughts on this too. Look, I've made this joke where if Trump wins, I'm looking forward to watching the liberals melt down and feast on their tears. But I've never seen anybody trigger so many people, and I've made this comment before, that secretly a lot of these liberals, and I'm going to call them out: Cenk Uygur of TYT, you got Rachel Maddow of MSNBC, and I'm just using those two as examples. I think secretly they wish they could be like Trump, and I just got to say, maybe it's because of just Trump how he acts. Because again, he used to be a Democrat, now a Republican, and yet somehow people are calling him Hitler 2.0. So I'm gonna bring this example up: the Tony Soprano's conversation they had with Bobby Balalanka as they're eating dinner. Bobby says, Quasimodo, he predicted all this, and Tony's like, what? Yeah, Quasimodo, the end of the world. He said, Nostradamus and Notre Dame. Nostradamus is the guy who predicted the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Notre Dame and Nostradamus. Notre Dame and Nostradamus. 2 different things altogether. First name Adolf, last name Hitler, and Donald Trump. 2 different people altogether from 2 different eras of 2 different political systems and of 2 different countries. Michael, Trump derangement syndrome. Well, how dare you advocate for somebody living rent-free in their people's heads? Michael, go ahead. Floor's yours.
Well, it's to be expected. I mean, we have Democrats who have been going since, well, you can easily say since the Obama administration, since 2008, we have seen that Democrats have been focused on 2 things: emotions and, more specifically, fear. This has been their driving message, because they've always made the same promises. Not to say that many Republicans don't do the same thing, but in a different way. Democrats have to have the emotion to get them through an election. And the most powerful emotion they can target is fear, which is why we hear a lot of Trump is going to create World War III. Trump is going to take away women's rights. Trump is going to go after all the Muslims, blah, 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 on down the line. Every single fear they could possibly throw at you. But they always keep out of their mind the fact that we've already had 4 years of Trump. We have a track record. We know what he has done. And his rhetoric has matched exactly what he said in the first 4 years. And that gives us every reason to believe he would do. Actually, he's bending over to be even more centrist, looking at the Maha movement, which he's incorporated and he's confirmed is going to continue to go forward if he gets his administration. Looking at now, we have Elon talking to Ron Paul on behalf of his government efficiency department that he wants to put together to reduce the size of government, reduce the national debt, which is good for poor people. It's good for the middle class, far more than anything that we've heard about in decades. So it's that fear, and we've seen that fear has been instilled in 8 years from the at an institutional level in our schools. That's why we saw the first assassin try and kill Trump. He went through 8 years of being programmed in school, in college, in TV, in movies, nothing but fear, fear, fear. And when he sees the writing on the wall, Trump's going to win, his only reaction was to say, well, then I have to be the hero. I have to go and take out Hitler. Well, guess what? That's all about the emotional push. It's hiding the lack of substance that we see in Kamala Harris, most specifically, and also in Joe Biden, who's a part-time zombie. But it's more specifically about that fear. That's how Democrats are ruling. And as they put in more fear into our country, we get more divided and we get closer and closer to becoming an autocratic kind of country. More,
I believe we're already there.
We're already there for sure.
We're already there. We're already there for sure. Hold on.
I would say far, far, what we think is close to it, what they're moving us towards is far worse than anything we're seeing right now.
Now,
I think over the...
Go ahead, Nick. So real quick, because I want to bring in Angel and Snow. So, Nick, I'll come to you after Snow's commentary. But first, let's talk about the fear, because there is this fear of Trump and what he could do or possibly do or whatever do. But there's this fear, this ungodly fear of this man who probably doesn't even give a damn that some of these people even exist. Angel, Trump derangement syndrome. Why is it in your head?
It's not in my head, but why is it in other people's head? Well, I mean, there's the entire corporate media, the entire mainstream media, whatever you want to call it. They're all anti-Trump, except for Fox. But even some in Fox have become anti-Trump. So it's like you get all of this programming 24/7. Trump is evil, Orange Man bad, whatever. You know, you get it 24/7. And most independent media now, online independent media, is doing it. They're feeding that Trump derangement syndrome rule to the people, and people are eating it. Even people without cable. You even give it a cable, go to online media. Most of us are still doing it. Not us here, but most of us are still doing it. So it's just I understand why people fall for it, but if you just pay attention a little bit and watch us, instead of the Young Turks or Kyle Kalinske, whoever you watch, then you'll quickly wake up out of that. Or at least that's my hope. Maybe you won't. Maybe you're just Trump derangement syndrome and you hate Trump no matter what, because he represents every evil that you stand against, even though unfortunately Democrats do more, if not worse, than Trump. So those are my thoughts.
So real quick here, Snow, I do want to get your comments in here, but folks, gentlemen, all of us, and Greg, I do see you. Please be on standby. But we do have some information coming in right now. So you're hearing it here first from Hardlands Media. As it stands, breaking news. As it stands, Indiana, 1% reporting in. It is light red, as well as the great state of Kentucky, 2% reporting in. Those are both leaning in for Trump. I mean, I'm not surprised by it, but I mean, these are red states. But again, these are just the early stages results. Folks, anything can happen. And if you're expecting a TYT meltdown, the only thing that I'm going to be sad about is if third parties don't get the coveted 5%. I promise you, my meltdown will be great. And yes, the panic liberal, Michael, I don't think you've seen it. The panic liberal will show up a little bit later in the live stream. Don't worry, he'll be there. But
we do love ourselves a panic liberal.
Listen, you have no idea. Snow, Trump derangement syndrome. Do you have it? That's like the rabies, like with Peanut the squirrel, R.I.P. or Fred the squirrel. What the fear of Trump derangement syndrome? Your thoughts?
I don't have TDS. I have IDS. I'll let you guys figure out what that stands for. Or BDS. Or NDS. Anyway. So Trump derangement syndrome, I'm just going to give my take. And you know me, sometimes I have to hit it from a psych angle. And this is no different. So I've always had a theory about Trump derangement syndrome in general. And that's you have to operate under the provisional conclusion that we are most likely ruled by narcissists and psychopaths. Probably narcissistic psychopaths. Probably just a whole mix of cluster B stuff. So I feel like the big difference between someone like Donald Trump
and the liberals is kind of the difference between a grandiose narcissist, which is like a narcissist who very much just acts the part. Trump, perfect example, but there's plenty of them in front of a camera. Versus what's called a covert narcissist, which is a narcissist who has a veneer, and essentially acts in the same self-important way, but they have enough of a mask that they can appear as if they're not. And I feel like a lot of people with those types of personality traits, I feel like, as was stated before, they are pretty much jealous of Donald Trump because he doesn't have to operate with that veneer. He doesn't have to operate with that facade that you see a lot of these crazy people. Like my perfect go-to for a covert narcissist is probably Hillary Clinton. Because
prime example.
You can tell when she gets triggered and she just keeps it together, but you can see some of the cracks forming on the mask just here and there. You can tell that she's about to rip off the mask, and she's got that reptile face from Mortal Kombat. Anyway, I'm about to segue hard, but
well, you're not wrong.
Let's circle back on that, though. Let's circle back to that.
well, actually, true. Because go ahead. Because Snow, then Nick, and then Jesse. Trump derangement syndrome, and then there's a couple other questions I do want to bring up because I know Michael. Time,
don't worry about the time. Don't worry about time. We'll talk.
Go ahead, Snow. Go ahead, Snow.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of Trump derangement. I think it is jealousy. I think when you have to go through life being largely self-important and have a grandiose sense of self, but you feel like in order to maintain your position or your standing with the people who provide you with validation and help you achieve your prime aims, you have to keep that mask on. And I feel like a lot of people are very jealous because Trump doesn't have to. He could just go off. He can come up with, I will admit, hilarious names for his for his rivals, like Sleepy. My favorite's still Sleepy Joe personally. It's perfect. But
Lion Ted is gold.
Lion Ted. Well, what's Marco? What's Little Marco?
No.
Little Marco.
Little boy Rubio.
Little boy Rubio.
No, it's not. Is it really?
Yes, it was. Listen. I haven't gone. I'm going to go crazy, and I had a little manic episode. But trust me, my brain still works. Little boy Rubio. That's what he was called.
But yeah,
but okay.
Basically, the takeaway is I feel like it is largely envy, which is also a primary trait of people with narcissistic traits, because they have to keep that mask on. And to see someone who doesn't need that, and he still has a very large following, and he's very popular, and he does well in the arena that he exists in. I think it is predominantly envy, but of course, I'll be the first one to say, there's a lot of cult-like behavior with two-party enjoyers in general. You've got CNN and everybody telling their audiences that this is like the next iteration of every dystopian novel we read as a kid, and saying this person's bad every single day. You're kind of gonna get it. A lot of people are kind of gonna get programmed. So I think the takeaway is mostly envy, but it's also just conditioning. It's conditioning. If you see someone saying the same thing over and over every single day, it's gonna get in the back of your head. So that's just my take.
It's
but
conditioning. Now, Nick, I think you and Snow are going to really hit it off because you've had a lot of talks with people with in regards to therapy and everything else in regards to that subject matter on your podcast. But your thoughts on what Snow brought up in regards to narcissism and the political system, because you were bringing up a lot of good stuff in our private conversation before I went live the day before yesterday.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think there's a lot of narcissism. There's a lot of envy. I tend to lean more in the people are being propagandized to the extreme and they don't even know it. And you have a right media and you have a left media. You have a quote center media, as some people would like to describe News Nation or CNN. And what everyone's getting in their news and then what they're getting in their social media algorithms is all just feeding this narrative that they have. And it's all propaganda working simultaneously to reinforce your beliefs for the things that you support and the things that you don't. And what I've noticed in my life over the last 8-9 years is there's a lot of projection that goes on in general with Trump. I remember 2016, I predicted he would win. And I didn't vote for him, and I won't vote for him, but I predicted he'd win. And I came into work the next day, and people were mad at me like I did it, like it was my fault. And I think it just—
And it is your fault.
It is. Maybe this time it would be too. But I think what gets inside people's head is they have this good versus evil mentality, and I need to be a good guy. And I'm a good guy if I'm with Trump because we're going to make America great again, or I'm a good guy if I'm with the Democrats or Kamala or Joe or whomever that is, because we're going to defend our freedom and our democracy against, tyranny and Hitler. And you have these battle lines drawn to the point where all you're getting is reinforcement. You're getting news clips, you're getting your social media algorithms reinforcing this over and over and over everywhere you look, to the point where like people don't have a critical thought anymore. And I don't even blame them, because when you're propagandized so hard every which channel you go into for your personal life, for your media, for whatever people in your life, people surround themselves with their circles. We can't have conversations with people that disagree with us anymore. And you're just constantly getting that reinforcement. And when it's propaganda, in my view, on all sides for the most part, then you're going to have this divide. You're going to have people that have Trump derangement syndrome. You're going to have people that, and I have someone in my life that said a few weeks ago that it's okay that the Democrats installed Kamala Harris because they had to this time because we've got to beat Trump. And it's well, they're going to have to this time. They're going to have to next time because they're going to have to beat person X. So it's just, it's this conditioning that they do. It's the constant propaganda. You can't escape it. And I don't even blame people who have TDS. I think that they didn't wake up one day and say, I'm gonna catch some TDS here. It just happened over time. And it's just been so consistent and in every channel that unless you live and breathe this every day like a lot of us do, or follow it very closely, or listen to shows like this, or listen to independent media that is representing multiple sides, like you're not going to be able to form your own opinion. And I think that's the case with people who are casual political consumers.
Go ahead, Michael, and then I want to give Jesse, and then I'm going to bring in Daniel. So go ahead, Michael.
Just a quick thing about that is that we've seen that kids aren't being taught anymore. The reason why there's no critical thinking is because it's been removed from our schools. If you start from, and as we have seen, I mean, look at Libs of TikTok is a great example of it. There has been an indoctrination system that has been in place, taking kids from kindergarten all the way through college. None of that is right-leaning. That is all left-leaning. And they are being trained. And we heard this from George Carlin. Yeah. You have to be smart enough to push the button, but not smart enough to ask a question why you did it. And that's what we've been seeing. TDS is a result of the lack of critical thinking because it's been indoctrinated. And that's where we're seeing the problem. So it's a direct result of that. But go ahead, Jesse. I want to hear.
Jesse,
can I ask a question on that really quickly? I'm sorry.
Hold on. Wait. No, Jesse. You've been quiet for too long. I do want to get to Nick, but hold on, because Nick, I want your question to come up, but I want Daniel also add in his 2 cents too, because I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. Jesse, Trump derangement syndrome. What's been spoken about here so far? I mean, you've been in music, you've been covering art, you've been doing so much work behind the scenes. Your thoughts?
I would say it's really fascinating how efficient of a job they've done making him the be-all, end-all bad guy. It went from the GOP to just Trump. That's people just say Trump, and it's a great opportunity for any Republican that stood with him before to be able to say, well, I mean, fuck that guy. That's not the direction we want. And it really manages to have him kind of die for the whole of the GOP's sins, in that once he's out of the picture, all of a sudden, all these politicians that people used to know better about, like Dick Cheney, suddenly get a full pass because they've already jumped ship. They've already distanced themselves from Hitler 2.0. And Darth now Vader. All of a sudden, all these Republicans are welcomed in with open arms, who we should know better about, like George W. Bush. Instantly it's like, oh well, you get a pass because you've separated yourself from Donald Trump, and it's fascinating how people need that connection to make. If you say something they don't agree with, you don't have to say Donald Trump's name. You can be talking about something completely different, and they need to go, oh, so you're a Trump voter. Like, that's what they have to be able to attach to you, to discredit you, no matter what you're talking about. And that is, again, that's their be-all, end-all. That's their excuse to be able to justify whatever they want to do. And in the same way that, if, let's say, Jill Stein gets a staggering amount of votes, the Democrats will sabotage that. They will fudge those numbers. And even if it comes out, people will go, I mean, this is such an important election. Jill Stein was just going to ruin the whole thing anyway. We're past the point of looking at democracy as multiple parties and multiple viewpoints. It is this two-party system, and that is rigid and fixed in people's minds, that no matter what kind of accountability pops up regarding election interference or third-party candidates getting the runaround, people are fine with it because they've been convinced that's impeding the progress and not an essential part of the progress that's been just sapped dry over the last few decades.
Okay, Daniel, go ahead.
I want to just broaden this out for a bit for everyone talking. Here's the real fight that's happening. This is just, again, a stand-in for all these other stand-ins that are happening in the world right now. Humanity for its entire time has been a community-based group of people. You know the people that you work with, you know your community. That's how human civilization has always existed. Then this thing called the internet comes around, and everyone's switched from location-based, geographic-based community. We're now at demographic-based communities. That's the people algorithmically that you connect with, which is a huge issue. We should really be talking to people we disagree with a lot more, because it's not normal to have everyone in the same mindset. That said, where we're at right now is we're basically arguing between quantum mechanics and general relativity. One is a top-down view, one's a bottom-up view, but they both describe the universe. That's every conservative, all the things that you could grab on for all of history, religion, family, community, all these things feel like they're crumbling from that perspective. If you're a progressive, you feel like everything is evil all the time and nothing's changing and everything's static. Both groups have lost their thing to grab onto that feels safe, because everything is changing. It's as if every single cultural idea throughout the world is a invasive species, and they all have been put in one area. Now they're fighting to the death. That's why it doesn't matter in a lot of ways who gets elected, because that fight's still going on. Eventually, there's going to be in every category a winner that the world is going to have to agree with, because there's going to be a majority. People are going to agree, but there's going to be something as we sort of coalesce as a species. And right now, this is just the battleground that it's taking place in. Is, do we go more in a let's kind of cling on to what we did before? But my point is, there's no answer that we can give. Everything's going to happen. I think the reality is that it doesn't matter who wins. It matters how long people are going to fight trench warfare mentality, where you give up a huge amount of losses to gain basically nothing. And at some point in the future, someone's going to win in each category. And right now, people that think that if Trump gets elected, everything's going to be saved and be awesome is foolish, as it is the exact opposite with Kamala. People are trying to grasp meaning, and they have nothing to hold on to. And that's why everyone's freaked out right now. That's my take.
All right. So first of all, shout out to Daniel. Daniel dropping the bombs. Give it up for Rogel Dorn reincarnated. No, Michael. Daniel's a Warhammer 40K fan too. And I call him Rogel Dorn, but he's more of like a reboot Gilliman. But when he drops,
he sounds like Alphamarine.
Yeah. He's an Imperial Fist. So there you go. But there's
the Emperor
a couple things
protects
here.
always.
Yes, he does, Snow.
Always.
Yes, he does. Correct. That's the real winner of this election. So, Nick, you were going to add in some commentary. Before I give the floor to you, after Nick's commentary, I'm going to have bring up some of the recent polling data, update the map, and then I got a video which is going to be throwing a live grenade. And Michael, I think both you and I, we served in the Marine Corps, so we both know about live grenade. This one's going to be exploding, and I'll give you the first chance to respond to it. It will just only be a short 1 minute video. Yeah, it's basically a 1 minute video. So, Nick, you were going to add in something, so I want to give the floor to you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, based on what Michael was saying, when you have the indoctrination in schooling to kill critical thinking, I agree with you, and I haven't been in school in a while, but I remember it starting to be sort of a lost art back even when I was in school. But what I think that explains a lot of where we're heading and how we're kind of walking into it. And, I've been saying for a while that, the left is bringing censorship. The left is bringing 1984 to us. And I think that where I get stuck is how many boomers and older folks have TDS as well. And I'm like, is that just because they're still watching, MSNBC? Is it like, because they learned civics classes, they were taught critical thinking skills, they were writing papers on all of that stuff and learning how to apply critical thinking to things, but yet they still fell into the same trap.
Authority bias. It's real simple. They live their life with authority bias. If you're talking with the older generations, they still look at the news media like it's Walter Cronkite, not like it's Rachel Maddow. They see her with the same credibility. I mean, 60 Minutes was supposed to be the most credible of the news because they asked the hard questions. And what did they just do? They threw that all away to edit Kamala Harris to make her look more intelligent and better than she is. But if you ask the majority of older people, we're talking 60 and above, they'll tell you 60 Minutes, the most credible thing on the news.
Yeah,
but it's not.
That's a fantastic
garbage.
point. So just a couple of things here, gentlemen. In regards to the 60 Minutes thing. Hold on, I just want to make sure that I at least have got to put the order in, because what I'm going to drop next is going to be a landmine. It's going to be a live grenade. But real quick here, when it comes down to editing and doing content, each of us have done interviews. Each of us have done shows. All of us have podcasts. We're on various platforms. No one would ever take us seriously, or either that we would face some kind of banishment or demonetization, or either that lose subscribers if we edited an interview that was seen live on air. Michael, you've been on my show. Nick, you've been on a show. All of you have been in my show in some form or the other. I do any kind of editing that makes you look good or bad that reflects poorly on me, and that's the state of corporate media. So real quick here, I do want to bring this up here in regards to polling that's still going on. 666 votes, 667 votes in regards to who people are voting for. Trump at a strong 23%, Harris at 1%, independent third party, that's including all third party and independent candidates, 51%, and not voting 25%, not voting still in second place. That's quite incredible to see. Also, in regards to the election map, no other state has shown up any results yet. And now for the live grenade that I will be dropping. And by the way, Greg, I do see you in the chat, so give me a thumbs up when you are ready, because I do want to bring you in like within the next 20 minutes. But real quick here, let's go ahead and do some breaking. This is going to be the live grenade moment. All right, folks, get ready. Last election ever.
I saw this.
Everybody. Last election ever. Okay.
I made a post about this.
Look. Okay. And everybody's saying it's the last election ever. Last election ever. Last eletion ever. No, it's not, because how's corporate media and everybody else supposed to make the key word? The 5-letter word is called MONEY. Well, let's play this video again. It's just something that boils my blood to see it across the entire political spectrum. And I think all of us here are pretty reasonable here. Like last election, no, that's still going to be ongoing. It's here.
Well, I'll say it again, man. I think this is the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
You're
I
right.
think people and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Chamath,
Yeah, exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing and they realize like I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's nuts.
It's nuts.
Yeah,
man.
and then you got rich.
If the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it.
No, it's not. It's not the final election. So, final
I
election.
made a post on this.
So, Michael, okay, because we actually I think we talked about this on Larry Sharp's show the two times we were on there. in regards towards, okay, is this the last? No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, I think we're both students of history. I think all of us have read our fair share of history books, and I'm looking forward to seeing the whole panel. Michael, we'll start off with you, and then we'll go to Jesse, Angel, Snow, Nick, and then I'll bring in Greg too to give the final word. I'm pretty sure Daniel will have his 2 cents too to bring in. So, final election ever. Is this it? Is it finally over and we start marching to the camp?
Thank you to No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound. Hello, everybody. That's right, we're back, and I'm happy to have you back with me. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is currently 5:30 on January 12th of 2025. Our first episode of Season 7, that's 8 years of doing Sunday live streams with you. And we do appreciate that you have joined us. Whether this is the first time or many times that you've come to see us, we appreciate each and every one of you. If you're wondering, my voice sounds a little bit off. It's because I have a cold, and I try not to let little things like a cold stop me. If you haven't seen the beginning of the show, I did explain earlier. We missed last week's episode, the first time in a year and a half that we missed an episode because I was much more sick and I wasn't able to do the show. And unlike CNN or MSNBC, I'm the whole team. So if I'm not feeling well, there is no one else to come on. So I apologize for that. But we're trying to make up for it today with the first episode in Season 7, first episode of 2025. Now, so far we've gone over some of the things we can expect coming up very quickly. What's going to be happening with terrorism around the world, how Iran is trying to adjust, knowing that it will be harder to commit more terrorism, to support more terrorism around the world because of Donald Trump and likely more sanctions, or the original sanctions they had under the first Trump administration being put back on them. We were talking a little bit about the Greenland deal and why it's not about making a Greenland part of America. It's not about a North American empire, but it is about climate change. It is about renewable energy. It is about the future of America, both economically and in terms of national security. And that's true because we know this. It was exactly what it was about in 2019 when it first came up. But the news media didn't want to tell you about that. They'd rather fearmonger. And in this case, the fearmongering actually helped Donald Trump, not hurt America. So that's a good thing. Now, we were talking a little bit about those things. And of course, we've been talking a bit about the LA fires, the wildfires in California right now. 16 have died. Many are missing at this moment. Sadly, that might mean the death toll could increase even more. This was completely preventable. This is something that did not need to happen. Oh, Dow's over on Rumble. Hey, Dow. We are live right now, by the way, folks, on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, DLive, a couple of different things. I'm not on X because I don't want to pay for the blue check mark, but if we get some more people over at the Patreon, maybe I will do that. But Dow went over to Rumble, where you have free speech. You can say anything. And Dow says, it's no surprise, but aggravating as a paper cut in between the fingers that can only that the only thing these supposed representatives know how to do well is how to rip off the people. I believe Dal is speaking about in reference to what we left off the show on, talking about Elizabeth Warren, talking about ActBlue, talking about donations for those, the very same people we're talking about, the people affected by the wildfires, not the entertainers, not the celebrities, not the $5, $10, $15 million homes. I'm talking about just average people who also live in that community, people who don't have Hollywood connections and aren't making $15 million a movie. There's a lot of people like that in the Palisades that often get overlooked. They do need help, which is why I would recommend go to the Red Cross. They will make sure that money gets to those individuals. Whereas ActBlue, according to Elizabeth Warren, she wants you to go to ActBlue to make money for ActBlue so that money will be given to Democrats because it's a fundraising platform. It has nothing to do with charities. It has nothing to do with helping people. Its only purpose, ActBlue is only there to actually get Democrats in power. That's it. It's politics, pure politics. And Elizabeth Warren and Gavin Newsom are giving people that link as if it's actually going to help a charity. No, it's going to help Democrats gain power in 2026. That's evil. That is manipulation, pure and simple. So I think that's what Dal is talking about. Dal will correct me if I am wrong over on Rumble. Dal also goes on to say that on Rumble, especially since the last 4 years, they, elected officials, have proven themselves as useful as a pogo stick in a tar pit. Well, yes, we have seen that on the progressive policies. That's why we still have American hostages being held by Hamas more than a year and a half after the fact. It's ridiculous. It is unacceptable that that is the case, and yet it is. Although, because Donald Trump is coming in, he has made a declaration, a warning to Hamas that if the American hostages, alive or dead, are not returned by the time he gets the inauguration and he takes power, hell will have to be paid. And it sounds like Joe Biden is using that now to try and get a ceasefire, or more importantly, to get the hostages back. We'll see if that actually happens. But we were talking about a bit of that at the beginning of the show. And these are all things that the mainstream news media does not want to talk about. They do not want you to think about it. They do not want you to have any idea that this is actually what's going on. They're very focused. And they want you to think the wildfires are because of Trump somehow. Gavin Newsom's the governor. Karen Bass is the mayor of LA. The fire department, well, that's about the three Kristens that are in the LA fire department. None of them have anything to do with Donald Trump. Donald Trump isn't president. Joe Biden is. And Joe Biden's been president for 4 years. Democrats have controlled California for over 70 years. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has everything to do with the progressive policies of the Democrats. And so they're trying to deflect out of it. Really, we have to hold them accountable. And to that end, let me pick up on the show, because you're seeing things like this from The Atlantic, how well-intentioned policies fueled LA's fires. The disaster can teach California how to rebuild if the state will listen. They didn't need to rebuild. The warnings have been coming in for over a decade, telling California, telling Gavin Newsom, telling the mayor of LA, saying, if you do not change the forest management, if you don't have controlled burns, if you don't collect up the dead leaves, that eventually they are going to catch fire, and that's going to be a massive disaster. They knew this. If you don't let the water that is coming from the north of California into Southern California, you won't have water for the fire hydrants, and that will be a major disaster. They have been told this for years. But the Atlantic is trying to find a way to give an excuse, trying to give them an out. It's not Gavin Newsom's fault, even though he supported every regulation that makes this possible. It's not Karen Bass's fault, even though she supported everything that made this possible. Gavin Newsom cut $100 million from the fire departments across all of California. Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, cut $17 million from the LA fire department budget. And the LA fire department still, after $17 million being cut out of their budget, they did have $400,000 available for a DEI representative who won't go into a burning building and will not save you if you are laying on the ground. She won't pick you up, both because she can't and she won't. They would rather let you die, but they're going to support that DEI. They're going to hire more people who cannot do the job of a fireman. She said so. I showed you the video. I showed you the source. And at the end of the show, you'll be able to see the links for yourself to go back and listen to every word for yourself, to find out for yourself in full detail. Don't take my word for it. Double check. But I am happy to hear from any Democrat, any elected official, anyone that wishes to disagree with me about the conclusions that I have made on the evidence that I have shown you. I'll be happy to. But the Atlantic, they said the policies were well-intentioned. No, they weren't. They were clueless. They weren't. There was nothing well-intentioned about this. This was about political propaganda. This was about a political agenda for the left. California was very pleased and very, very motivated to be the progressive capital of the United States, if not the entire world. That was their goal, and their policies were meant to bolster them being the progressive capital of the United States, if not the world. And they didn't think about the consequences of that. They didn't think how that was going to affect every single man, woman, child in California and how they were endangering their lives. They didn't care. That wasn't their concern. Their concern was, we have to be progressive. We need to be more progressive. We constantly need to move to the left. That was their concern. There's nothing well-intentioned about that, because it doesn't take a genius to know that if you have a pile of leaves that just keeps getting bigger and bigger for 5 years, eventually it's going to catch fire. And when it does, you're going to need water to put it out. And if you don't have any water, you won't put that fire out, and it's going to do damage. Well, it didn't take a genius or rocket scientist to figure that out, and everyone told them about that from around the world, and now we see it happened. It was just a matter of time. There's nothing well-intentioned about that. But that's not the only problem, because of what is well-intentioned and yet fails. We now have, and I cannot confirm that this is, these are her words. I can't confirm the context of actress Whitney Cummings. She's made a statement, and I can't find the original source, so I can't tell you that this is in context. I would like to say it's in context. I believe it's in context, but I can't say that it is because I can't find the original source. But what I can say is a concern that she has made. Now, I lived in California. I lived in the on Fallbrook, in the Woodland Hills area of LA. So there's something that hit home to me, since that's somewhere I have lived and I know what she's talking about. But I want you to hear about this. It's right about...
This is a real text that I just received from a friend of mine about the fires. I'm not going to cry because I got torn apart for my last TikTok video where I cried about my house maybe burning down. I'll spare you. She's on a plane and I said, do you want me to go to your house and get stuff out? Like things that you can't replace. I'll go right now, even though the area is evacuated. She wrote back, you can't get in. Topanga's barricaded. The back way we use is being guarded by fire trucks now because some of the neighbors caught a guy setting more fires on the back of our hill.
There is reportedly, and again, I can't confirm this. This is not from official sources. News is sparse. There are people who are going throughout California, throughout the LA area, and they are setting fires. They're making the problem worse, knowing full well that there is far too much. The forest management has been done. The trees are ready to burn. They're dry. There's a lot of underbrush. They will light up and burn at a moment's notice. We know this. This is now public. And we know there's not enough water in LA to put out the fires. So once a fire starts, it will continue to spread. It will do more and more damage. We know this. So this is an arsonist. This is someone who is intentionally seeking to burn down people's property and endanger people's lives. This is what the report is saying. This is what is being said, and you can hear it in her own words. Again, I'm not telling you that that's what's happening. This is what she is stating is being said. I want you to hear what else is going on.
They chased him away. They called 911. I think they caught the guy recently in Woodland Hills trying to put gasoline in sewers.
If this is true, this is terrifying. And I've lived in Woodland Hills. Back in the 90s, I lived right after I came back from Moscow, when I returned back to America after living in Moscow for a while. This is like 94. I was living in Woodland Hills. I was living in California. And I know that area. It's mostly rural. It's very rural. It's like a suburb of LA. It is a suburb of LA. I lived on Fallbrook Avenue, which is in Woodland Hills. And matter of fact, I worked at the Bullock. It's like Macy's on the West Coast. It's called Bullock's. I worked over there. I worked at Music Plus. People in the area probably know where those stores are. I was working there. I was riding my motorcycle out there. That's where I had my motorcycle accident in Woodland Hills that affected me severely. So I know this area. It's very residential. And someone is pouring gasoline into the sewers in the hopes that, think how evil this is. Someone is trying to put gasoline in the sewer so that it would have gasoline underneath and throughout the entire community. So that if a spark of fire were to catch, everyone's homes would burn from underneath all the way through. People would never be able to get out. It would be, think about it. It's like a ring of fire that would surround people, trap them. This is how you kill people. This is a way that people would die. This is evil. And yes, it would maximize the amount of burning and damage to the community. By the way, the people in Fallbrook and Woodland Hills, they're working class people. When I was there in the 90s, let me rephrase that. In the 90s, when I was living in Woodland Hills, it was working class people. It wasn't the wealthy and super rich. Yeah, occasionally you'd see a star like Ernest Borgnine would come through. There would be some others. You'd run into an occasional actor, the guy from The Greatest American Hero. I got to meet him a couple of times and talk with him. There's a few of them. Eazy-E, I met him while I was working out there. Yeah, so there are actors in the area, but it was mostly working class, regular people doing regular jobs. A lot of them worked in Hollywood, yes, or Hollywood adjacent, but a lot of them had regular jobs, like working at Bullock's, the Macy's of the West Coast. People working at the video store, Music Plus at the time. People working at the local McDonald's, the local bar, the local grocery store. Regular people live there. That's predominantly who's in Woodland Hills. And if this is correct, there is some maniac or multiple maniacs that are running around trying to endanger these people's lives. And we should ask the question, why? And I'm going to answer my thought on that in 1 second, but I want you to hear the rest of this.
It's happening all over. Okay, happy to talk about climate change.
So, Whitney Cummings is like, well, we can talk about climate change and maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but arson is bad. And again, I'll leave the link. You can see this for yourself. You can listen to the whole thing. But here's the thing. Do you remember that last year, 2024, 8 members of ISIS, Tajikistan ISIS members, were picked up by the State Department. They were identified as known terrorists. They were part of the 378 known terrorists in America that came in because of the open borders, that went to California because it's a sanctuary state. They were being protected from the government, from the law, from persecution of the law, because they were in a sanctuary state, in a sanctuary city, and we don't know what they did. Those 8 members of ISIS were in California, in particular Southern California, for a year, doing God only knows what. We don't know. We've never been told what they did. I don't think our government knows what they did for that full year, because they didn't know where they were for a good part of that year that they got into America and were running around. We got lucky. We found them. We eventually were able to deport them, but they were here for a year. Now, they're in Southern California. They're there for a year. They're members of ISIS. Could they have created a cell? Maybe. Could those agitators, those maniacs, whether it's because they found an arsonist who just wants to go out and create fires, or whether it's because of something more insidious like a terrorist attack, a very low-grade terrorist attack. Oh, there's a disaster, and they're taking advantage of the disaster to harm America's infrastructure, to terrorize American citizens, magnifying the impact of a natural disaster. Is that what's happening right now? I don't know. It is possible. It is very possible. It's in fact probable. And it's because of, yet again, the progressive policies that the Atlantic wants you to believe. It's the well-intentioned policies, the open border that allowed illegal aliens, in particular terrorists, members of ISIS, to go into California because they knew they would be protected. They would be protected, and they would be allowed to illegally live in America and plan the demise of American citizens, because that's what ISIS does. ISIS is terrorists. And those terrorists are taking advantage of the fact that there's bad forest management, because there's no water, because the mayor cut the fire department's funding, and they hired useless people, and that is endangering people's lives. Yeah, these well-intentioned policies have consequences that go far, far, far beyond what they intend, which is, oh, we just want to make things more progressive. We want more power for Democrats. That's as far as Gavin Newsom thought. That's as far as Karen Bass thought. They're like, oh, we just have to have more DEI so we can get more votes. Well, look at the consequences of that. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. But why did the ISIS members, they could have gone anywhere in America, they went to California. And they stayed in California for a year, where they were being hidden from the law, from the government that would have ejected them because they were a danger to the public. A year after they're gone, suddenly we have people reportedly going around suburban communities pouring gasoline in sewers so that they can increase the amount of property damage, destroy people's lives, and possibly kill people. Does that sound like terrorism to you? Because it sounds like terrorism to me. It sounds like something that a terrorist would do. And again, I can't say for a fact that they are connected, but it does concern me. Maybe it wasn't those 8 members of ISIS. There were over 378 known or suspected terrorists in America in 2024 alone. That is a 3,400% increase versus the day Donald Trump left office. That's since 2021. A 3,400% increase. And those terrorists are going to sanctuary cities. They're going to sanctuary states where they will be protected from the law as they plan out the demise of America, because they're terrorists and they hate America. Whether you agree or disagree with their policies, I don't care. You can be from Harvard and think Hamas are wonderful, genocide is great if you're from Harvard. And I still have to tell you, this is a direct consequence of that ideology. Innocent Americans are endangered, possibly dying because of these progressive policies. Are you willing to support that? Is that really what you want to see? I'm asking the question. You can tell me, Mike, you're just reaching too far. Maybe I am. Are you sure? Are you sure that I'm reaching too far? By the way, what's happening to North Carolina? I will debunk one rumor I've heard. And to be fair, I want to make sure people are fair. I've heard that, the resources in North Carolina, that is still a disaster zone. People are still living in tents in North Carolina. The hurricane was in October. The recovery was in November. It is now January, and we still have people in North Carolina that are sleeping in tents, that do not have electricity, that do not have homes. The government's been on the job for months, and they have failed. Completely, absolutely abject failure by the Biden-Harris administration. But FEMA, the rumor was that FEMA was going to take the money, the resources, the things that they are still ongoing and doing in North Carolina, they were going to take it to California to help the people in California, because the entertainers were in danger, because entertainers were losing their homes, because the entertainers make bigger donations to Democrats than you and me. And so they have to protect and take care of the entertainers more than they have to take care of you and me. Because we know Democrats, they're all about the money. That's what ActBlue is about. ActBlue is about those donations. So they care about the donations far more than they care about you or the fires or your home or your family. That's the evidence that they are putting before us. But according to FEMA, that is not true. That is not correct. When on December 20th, 2024, Congress spent more money. They printed more money, $29 billion more money, because FEMA had run out of money. FEMA used up all their money helping illegal aliens live in America. Criminals. Kind of like the 8 members of ISIS from Tajikistan. They're busy helping them live in hotels, live in 3-star hotels. And you and I, we just have to survive on our own. We don't get the government help. The government's not spending $73,000 per person in America, but they are spending $73,000 per illegal alien, at least in New York City. $73,000 per illegal alien, not family, per person, paid for by your taxes. So now we had $29 billion. So no, they're not taking the money and putting it all in California, although California will be one of the most expensive natural disasters that we have ever seen. Now, mind you, even though North Carolina, by the way, only got $100 million, $100 million was given to take care of the North Carolina disaster that is still ongoing, which is ridiculous. What we know is at the same time that the Biden administration authorized $100 million for North Carolina, they gave $1 billion to be spent in Africa. Again, Democrats don't care about you. They have bigger fish to fry. You're not the priority. They'll spend $100 million to take care of, and this is including Democrats in North Carolina. They'll spend $1 billion for a foreign nation. But remember how hard it was to get the money? Remember, FEMA had run out of money under the Biden-Harris administration. They had so badly managed the disaster relief. They were so busy focusing on illegal aliens that FEMA ran out of money. But Joe Biden has made sure that one of the last things that he's going to do with his presidential power is that he is guaranteed that 100% of the cost for Southern California is going to be covered for the next 6 months. He didn't say that for North Carolina. He didn't say that for Georgia. He didn't say that for South Carolina. He didn't give a 100% response. He didn't give a guarantee for even a dime for any of those 3 states affected by 2 separate hurricanes. No, he didn't give them guarantees, but he's giving California, Hollywood, he's giving them a guarantee. They're going to get 100%. It is a bluer than blue state. It is guaranteed by Biden to protect his political ideology, his party. They're going to get 100% for 6 months. That's just insane to me. It is expected, the estimate at this moment is that the cost will be $135 billion. Think about that. The damage to Southern California, the Palisades and Hollywood, $135 billion. And Joe Biden has guaranteed 100% to recover all of that. $135 billion, 100% recovery, according to Joe Biden. It's one of his last acts as president, guaranteed for the next 6 months. They gave $100 million to North Carolina, one of 3 states devastated by 2 back-to-back hurricanes. But Democrats, they love you. They're concerned about you. They respect you. You are their primary concern. FEMA administrator says that LA officials were very prepared for the wildfires. They were very prepared. This is just like listening to what we're hearing from the Atlantic. They were well prepared. They had great intentions. Well, did they have good intentions or were they prepared? Because it doesn't seem like they were either of those things. But according to the Atlantic, they were well intentioned. They had a good intention. It wasn't even a good plan. It was maybe a good plan. According to FEMA, under the Biden-Harris administration, they were prepared. Not only did they have a plan, they were prepared. They were ready for this fire with no water, and they didn't fix the forest. That was their plan. That was their preparation. No water, firefighters who are not qualified to do the job, and no forest management so the fire can continue to be fed and to flow. This is their preparedness. This is the plan. This is what they call being prepared. Let me go to the comments here. John says, no, Mike, they know better because they have a fancy piece of paper. Yeah, they have a degree. See, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm only showing you the evidence. I'm only asking questions. I'm only trying to remember the facts as they existed, to talk with you about them and to say, gee, why is this happening? This was preventable. On so many levels, we could have prevented this, and we can prevent what's going to happen next. We could have done that. We could stop. Reportedly, there are people pouring gasoline into the sewers in Woodland Hills. If those people are illegal aliens, if they happen to not only be illegal aliens, but they happen to be members of terrorist organizations like ISIS, we could have prevented that. It's called no open borders. Enforce the law. No sanctuary cities, no sanctuary states. We could have prevented that. If, and again, I'm making an assumption that these are illegal aliens, and in particular, not just illegal aliens, but members of terrorist groups that we know had a 3,400% increase. We know that the the terrorists went to sanctuary cities and sanctuary states because they would be protected so they could then build up their cells to destroy America. That's my conclusion. but it's based on the facts that we have at hand. You can tell me, Mike, you don't know that. No, I don't know that. But it's likely. It is probable. It does match every fact that we have at hand. But Mike, you don't have a degree. You don't have a PhD. I can read. I'm not a dumb man. I can read. It isn't that hard to figure out. You don't need a PhD to understand that if you have a pile of leaves that have been sitting there for 5 years and you have no water, you have a problem. It's not that hard to figure out. Let me go over to Rumble. And at Rumble, Dal says, there are reports of illegal aliens having set fires, and there are allegations of arson and looting. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not shocked? Of course there is. Now, in terms of the looting, let's be fair. Looting happens whenever there's a disaster. I was in LA during the Rodney King riots. I remember I was driving around trying to see what was going on at the time. In fact, I nearly got shot. We were driving around. It was the Rodney King riots, the very beginning, early into it. And we were driving down the road, and I was in Little Korea in LA. I was living in Hollywood at the time, literally in Hollywood. And we had been driving with a couple of friends. We drove down by Little Korea, just trying to get an idea of how big the riots were. Curiosity, morbid curiosity. And we had stopped the car because there were a crowd, a mob of people that were in front of us, and they were walking. We weren't sure which way they were going to go, and we were not going to drive through that mob. That's insane. You're going to lose your life. That would be insanity. So we were trying to see where the mob of people were going before so we could drive away from them and not be caught up in the riot itself. We wanted to see it, but not be in the riot. And we stopped in front of a restaurant. Again, this is in Little Korea. And we had stopped in front of a restaurant in the parking lot. The owner of that store, of that restaurant, along with his family or his friends, I don't know, came out. He was carrying an M16. He had a 50 round drum on there. And he looked at us and said, get on out. Get away. We're like, hey, we're not armed. We've got no weapons. We're not here to riot. We're not here to break into anything. We're trying to avoid that mob right there. He goes, I don't care. I understand. You got the mob. I understand. Drive somewhere else. Do not stop in front of my business. I'm going to protect my family, my business. Get away from me. So nobody, which is why there were no cars in his driving lot, and there were no looters there, because he knew in a disaster, people will loot. And we saw many businesses were broken open because some people were protesting. Other people were looting. They were taking advantage of the disaster and the distraction. Happens every time. Happens with earthquakes. It happens with fires. It happens with floods. I've been through several of those in California, and every single one, people will go out looting. I was there during the Northridge quake. I lived in Woodland Hills, which is a couple of miles, about 5 miles away from Northridge, and the earthquake from the epicenter. And there was a lot of looting that went on immediately after, as everyone was devastated by that earthquake. People's homes were getting broken into left and right. So I understand that looting happens in these kinds of situations for lots of reasons, whether people were hungry or whether people were just taking advantage of the situation. But the arson is the thing that scares me. That scares me, especially when we know how many illegal terrorists have entered America, and that terrorists go to sanctuary cities, and look at what we're seeing. People taking advantage of the terror and making it worse. And I'm catching up on some of the comments here. What? That's too soon. Okay. My dog is yelling at me again. We just came back in. He wants to go back out. I'm like, no, not yet. It's not his time yet. All right. John M. says California liberal policies have caused all of these problems. Yes, they have. Demonstrably. Demonstrably, we can point this out. And I understand CBS is trying to cover up for them. The Atlantic is trying to cover up from them. Gavin Newsom is trying to distract from it. They're trying to find something else. It's always someone else's fault. It's like what Thomas Sowell said. For Democrats never fail at anything. It's you didn't give them enough money. You didn't give them enough time. You didn't give them enough power. Every single time. It's never that they screwed up. It's always someone else's fault. Oh, Kamala Harris was the best campaign ever. She was the best candidate ever. Even though no one, rank and file, no one voted for her, she couldn't tell you what her plan was, what her policy differences were than Joe Biden. She couldn't justify why she wanted to be president. She went $20 million in debt after raising $1 billion. But she was perfect. She did everything right. She couldn't answer a single question for 47 days in a row. She was the named Democratic nominee for the president, and she wouldn't do an interview for 47 days in a row. She didn't have a website for 45 days in a row. She didn't have any policies for 45 days, but she was perfect because Democrats are always right. It's a matter of give them more time, give them more money, give them more of your freedoms. This is the problem with the Democrats. So yes, this is preventable. I wanted to cover that. And I know you're going crazy over there, Dal. I see you. I see you all over on Rumble. I can't keep up with you there. You got a lot of comments. I love it. Thank you for the comments, Dal. And thank you, John M. and John R. For your comments as well. Everybody, I love your comments. Thank you. But let me move forward a little bit. So that was very upsetting to me that CBS is running out there and they're trying to do what the Atlantic is doing. They're trying to make it seem like, no, this wasn't anyone's fault. It's no way you could have predicted this. This is climate change. It's like Bernie Sanders. It's climate change. This has nothing to do with policies. Yes, it does. This has nothing to do with DEI. Yes, it does. It has nothing to do with Democrats. Yes, it does. It's climate change. It's because of evil Republicans and MAGA that allow climate change. No. Because you know what? Climate change didn't make the water go away. Water was coming from the north of California to the south of California, and Gavin Newsom turned it away to protect a 3-inch fish that's called a smelt. That isn't climate change. Don't tell me it's climate change when the facts say it's not. The water could have been there. Gavin Newsom and other progressives like Bernie said, nope, protect the fish. Guess what? The fish is fine. People are dying because of this. It's very upsetting. Think about this, though. This is crazy because, again, not everyone. I know. Homes in the Pacific Palisades, yes, the average home is about $4.7 million. $4.7 million. That's a lot. No doubt. That's a hell of a lot of money. But not everyone is, because some of the homes are $400,000, as you can see on the screen right here. And some are $250,000. Now, there are $40 million homes as well, and $3 million and $1 million. But not everyone is a multimillionaire, as you can see. But it just upsets me that we know for a fact Joe Biden is going to cover 100% of this. And there are people still in need in North Carolina. They got $100 million and they're still in a tent. It's been 3 months. I don't understand it. But yet Democrats did fantastic. Kamala's the best thing that ever happened. Democrats love you. They love you. Sometimes. When they win. Maybe. Look, and by the way, for my audience, if you're left-leaning, if you're a Democrat, a progressive, you're left-leaning whatsoever, I don't mean to pick on you. I'm talking about the leadership. I'm talking about Gavin Newsom. I'm talking about Chuck Schumer. I'm talking about Pelosi, AOC, Adam Schiff. I'm talking about the people who are in charge of making the policies. They don't talk to you, the rank and file. Democrats don't care about the rank and file. Look at what they did in 2024. The rank and file picked Joe Biden because you were lied to. You were told Joe Biden was sharp as a tack, that he had his mental faculties together. Meanwhile, the Democrats in the White House aides, knew from day one Joe Biden was mentally damaged, that he wasn't capable of doing the job, that he had to be protected and hidden from the public lest you find out he's not sharp as a tack. They knew. They lied to you. They knew and they lied to you over and over again. When it came time, when they kicked Joe Biden, the choice you made based on the limited information you had as a Democrat voter, they kicked out your choice and they picked someone else and didn't ask you about it. Democrats don't give a shit about you. They just don't. Let me look at something else, though. All right. Mark Zuckerberg is a Democrat. He is left-leaning. He's progressive. Mind you, he's more of a businessman than anything else. But this week, Mark Zuckerberg, once again, and I know the news media is like, oh, Mark Zuckerberg went MAGA. He's going MAGA. Facebook is going MAGA. No. Actually, we've been hearing from Mark Zuckerberg for a couple years now saying the White House, those very same Democrats, forced him, twisted his arm, used the entire power of the United States government and said, if you don't do what we want, we will break your company. We will crush you. They threatened him. They coerced him. If this was a regular person, a regular business, this is what mob bosses do to businesses. You want to pay the protection, otherwise your window might get broken. Your business might get firebombed if you're not paying protection. Hey, Mark Zuckerberg, your business, Facebook, might get shut down unless you delete some people, unless you have some censorship, unless you stop people from talking about politics that might not let Democrats win. This is mob. This is what you see in the mafia, literally. So Zuckerberg, Facebook didn't just go MAGA. What they did is they told you the truth. And the media is covering it up because they don't want you to think that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Democrats were acting like the mafia for the last 4 years. In fact, even more than the last 4 years. That they've been acting like the mafia. That they have been strong-arming you through social media and teaching you, oh, you can't talk about that. You can't say that. Oh, you're an ist or a phobe or whatever it takes. That means you're an evil person, a bad person, you're a MAGA, and therefore we don't listen to you anymore. That's what Blue Sky is all about. Don't listen. You would think they're 5-year-olds. Nah, 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 nah. That's what they're doing. That's what Blue Sky is. Nah, 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 can't hear you. That's Blue Sky. They're in a bubble. They don't want to hear anyone else because they know that if you listen, if you think and have a conversation with someone, you can't support these things. These things are unsupportable because they are preventable. There are problems that can be prevented. They are inevitable. Progressivism always fails. Everywhere in the world. Socialism always fails. Everywhere in the world. There is no example anywhere in the world where progressive socialism has been beneficial, that it has lasted and been good for the community that has it. Nowhere in the world, in the history of the world, doesn't exist. But it's been very beneficial to the leadership, to have socialism and progressivism because that allows them to have authoritarianism. That allows them to control people, to take away their rights, to be able to punish them. And we saw that. Oh, you don't want to obey, you have to get the jab. It's an experimental drug. You got to take it anyway. And you can't tell anyone it's an experimental drug. If you go onto social media like Facebook and say it's an experimental drug, you're going to have your entire account deleted. Now you can't talk to anyone. You'll never tell anyone that again. Matter of fact, you won't tell anyone anything. You have now been isolated. You're a pariah socially. You're the bad person. But it is an experimental drug. And we don't know what the side effects are because it hasn't been tested. Those are the facts. You want to talk about science? Those are the scientific facts. We don't know. It's an experiment. We don't know what it does. Oh, but you can't say that. And Zuckerberg was forced. Zuckerberg, you are going to get rid of that guy. Oh, no sound bites allowed? You are going to de-emphasize, that's the word they'd like to use, de-emphasize the channel. You're going to suppress them so that no one gets to hear this black guy talk because we don't want people to know black conservative Republicans exist. They're not supposed to exist. That's bad for our voting pool. If black people knew they could vote for Republicans, then Democrats might lose. So you can't have black Republicans talking intelligently about the facts as they exist being reported by the left-leaning news media. You can't do that. Suppress that channel. Oh, he's got subscribers? Get rid of his subscribers. Delete his subscribers. Make it hard for him to reach people in live streams. This is what they did. These are the facts. And I know this because Zuckerberg has said this, not just this week. He was saying this last year. He was saying that the year before. That the White House directly were calling up him and his staff saying, you have to do this. Matter of fact, the news out today is that he was being told, this is the news today. This is from NBC. Again, this isn't right-wing news. NBC is not on the right. They're not right-leaning news. NBC themselves are reporting Zuckerberg was told they would be cursed out. They were screaming at them and cursing them out. Biden officials, the Biden White House, were calling up Mark Zuckerberg and his staff over at Facebook, screaming and cursing at them, demanding that they had to delete the truth. Oh, but Democrats love you. Democrats are there to protect you. It's that evil MAGA that's the problem. MAGA is the problem. Don't mind the fact that the White House is deleting the truth, silencing the truth. Because, you might not vote Democrat if you hear the truth. And Mark Zuckerberg went right along. Now, you can call Mark Zuckerberg a lot of things. A coward, a capitalist, someone only concerned about his money, selfish. You can call him all those things. You can't call him MAGA. He's not. You can't call him America First. He's not. You can't call him a patriot. He's not. Oh, now that the time has changed and we see Trump in power, we see the center-right standing up in America for their rights. Yes, now that everyone else has done the hard lifting and the hard work, now comes Johnny-come-lately Mark Zuckerberg saying, hey, by the way, I was being picked on. Then you should have told us then. We would have supported you. We would have stuck up for you. If Mark Zuckerberg had said in 2021, hey, the White House is calling me up, they're cursing me out, they're screaming at me, they're saying they're going to shut down Facebook unless I delete the truth. Well, the public, at least people like me, would have said, no, we stand by you. The First Amendment is more important than the government. The Constitution is more important than whoever happens to be president at this moment. We will stand by your business. That's what we could have done. That's if Mark Zuckerberg had balls. He didn't. Mark Zuckerberg was a coward. Mark Zuckerberg is selfish. And so He said, I'll do it. He said, okay. He went with the flow and did whatever they were told, just like Twitter under Jack Dorsey. They said, okay, we're Democrats. We'll do whatever you want. And they threw away all their credibility. Now here it is. Zuckerberg's like, no, I'm a good guy. Really, honestly, I'm a good guy. Don't you see how I was being oppressed? I also see how you went along. You could have stood up. You know what? You're a billionaire, a multi-billionaire. I think you could have held out a little bit longer. There are, hundreds of millions of Facebook users? Hundreds of millions of Facebook users. You could have told them what was happening, and you would have had hundreds of millions of people supporting you. You have billions of dollars personally. You could have survived. I am poor. I am one man. I am poor. I've been doing this for 2 decades. Guess what? I stood up. I don't have mansions. I don't have 10,000 employees. I don't have international attention. I would love it. Be nice. I'd be happy with it. I don't. If I could stand up to the government, if I was willing to speak up for free speech, if I was willing to tell the truth and to show the truth, Mark Zuckerberg, you had no excuse. So when people are trying to run around telling you that Mark Zuckerberg, he's gone MAGA, he's just lost his mind. No, Mark Zuckerberg is a selfish coward, but he's smart enough to understand that America is standing up, and he's going to stand up behind them. He's not going to be in the front line, but he'll be in the back, and he'll be with you as long as it's safe for him. As long as it's safe for him, he's with you, and he'll support you. But, just as long as he's not in danger. Really, really upsetting to me. All right. Remember we were talking about the problems with illegal aliens? New York is going to cut 10,000 migrant beds. We don't have room for them. Oh no, it's too expensive. We can't afford illegal aliens. And I had this argument with someone on another channel in the chat. Illegal aliens aren't bad for America. They're breaking New York, Boston, Chicago, Baltimore, LA. The infrastructure of the sanctuary cities are broken. They're being destroyed because of illegal aliens. So don't tell me, oh, illegal aliens, they're open borders, that's a good thing. Illegal aliens, they don't hurt anybody. Destroying the infrastructure of our cities. Some of the largest cities in the world destroyed because of illegal aliens. You cannot tell me illegal aliens aren't a problem. No, they're a benefit. Illegal aliens make money. New York is in debt. New York can't afford them. Boston, Chicago, LA cannot afford the illegal aliens. They can't afford $73,000 per illegal alien. There's just no money. So you can't tell me, oh, but those illegal aliens, well, then why aren't we making a profit? If those illegal aliens were so damn beneficial, they made so much money, then why isn't Boston, Chicago, New York, why aren't we making money? Why are we in a deficit? Why is the city losing money? Why is the infrastructure breaking? Oh, because it's a lie. It makes you feel good to say, it makes some people feel good to say, illegal aliens, they're good. They're good for the economy. They're a benefit. You can feel that. That's a great feeling. It's nowhere near the truth. That's a lie. And that's why New York City is cutting 10,000 migrant beds. Because homelessness is up 18% under the Biden-Harris administration. 2024, homelessness in America went up 18%. That has nothing to do with Donald Trump. That has nothing to do with MAGA. It has nothing to do with America First. It has nothing to do with conservative politics. 18% more Americans are homeless today because of Bidenomics. than in 2023 alone. That's the reality. That's the truth. And those homeless Americans are competing with illegal aliens for 10,000 beds. 10,000 Americans could not go and sleep in a bed over the last year because an illegal alien got it. Now, let me be fair. I've been homeless twice. I understand what it is to sleep outside at night. I've done it in the winter. It wasn't fun. I understand what it's like to be half asleep on a step of the building in the middle of the night, and you hear somebody walking past and you don't know if it's safe. You don't know if that person's going to come after you because you have one bag which has everything that you own inside of it. I understand. And they may want, what's inside the bag? A pair of jeans, another shirt, just a couple pieces of clothing. But that person might not even have that. And they may stab you to death to get your extra pair of jeans. It happens. I understand that. I've been homeless. I've lived that. I get it. So no, I don't want anyone to have to sleep outside in the middle of the night and have to experience that. I don't want that during the summer or the winter. I don't want anyone to have that experience. I don't want more homelessness. I am upset that there's 18% more people who are homeless in America. I think it's ridiculous. So I am upset about that. But if I have to prioritize, and I do, because of the open border policies, because of the sanctuary cities, I have to prioritize. And if I have to prioritize, I want American citizens taken care of first, because they didn't break the law. It is a crime to come into America without authorization. Full stop. Full stop. So you're starting off as a criminal, having committed a crime against America, and you want a reward? I'm sorry, I'm rewarding the American citizens that had a bad experience in their life. Then I'll get to the criminal, and maybe I will help them. Because if we reward crimes, you will get more crimes. Thus, we have illegal aliens committing more and more crimes. We have Venezuelan gangs all across America trying to take over apartment buildings. Why? Because no one stopped them when they made the first crime, which is entering America illegal. No one stopped them. There is no law. If you don't enforce the laws, there are no laws. And that's why we have Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. So New York's going to cut the 10,000 migrant beds, but they're going to open up another shelter in the Bronx. So what they're doing is they're shifting where the illegal aliens are. They want to get them out of Brooklyn. They want to get them out of Manhattan, where people will see them, where people with money will see them, where the tourists will see them, and throw them into the Bronx where no one will notice. No one's going to notice that there's a bunch more illegal aliens already in the Bronx, and we're going to add more to them. No one's going to notice that because the tourists don't travel to the South Bronx. The people with money don't go to the Bronx. They stay in Manhattan. They stay in Brooklyn. All they're doing is shifting the problem. And because they don't want you to know about it. Because they don't want, it's easier to lie to your face. It's very upsetting. All right, we're almost done, folks. We're almost done with the show. Congestion tax. There are people now, and it goes along with what we were saying. Oh, you're going to make so much more money. Here's the tax. No one's there. Businesses are closing because no one can afford it. So for the few rich people who can afford to still go in and out of Manhattan, who can still afford to do business in Manhattan and in Brooklyn, got to get rid of those illegal aliens. Move them into Brooklyn, into the Bronx. Charge them money to go in and out of Manhattan. Make it harder for the infrastructure that's already breaking in the Bronx break it more because they need more money. All right. Tulsi Gabbard she made a deal. The Trump administration made a deal to get Tulsi Gabbard confirmed. The establishment, this happens to be the left and right establishment, the Democrats and the Republican establishment, which are not the same thing as MAGA. They're not the same thing as the rank and file Americans. Totally different things. Just like there's a difference between rank and file Democrats who voted for Joe Biden and the establishment that put in Kamala Harris. They're not the same people. They don't have the same objectives. Not the same. Tulsi Gabbard is making a deal. The Trump administration is making a deal with establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats to get Tulsi Gabbard in. And what's the deal? The FISA, the illegal secret court, the secret spying on American citizens. That's the deal. You want to get in, you want to make change, you want to fix things, fantastic, but you only get to fix certain things. You only get to help American citizens in certain ways. The government still wants the power to take away, to spy on you illegally, to be able to tap into your home, your privacy, destroying the Third Amendment. I'm kind of conflicted on this. I know there's a bunch of people with the third parties. They're like, Tulsi Gabbard, yes, that's great. Ooh, we've got someone in the third party. She's not a Democrat anymore. She's still a Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard is still a Democrat. She changed her party affiliation. She's still a Democrat. And yes, on certain issues, I think she does great. On certain issues, I think she's very good. It's kind of like RFK. I think RFK, in charge of making America healthy, working to make America, the food we eat, better, that I think is a great thing for RFK. Do I want RFK to be in any more power than taking care of Homeland Security, taking care of people's food? No, not at all. I don't think he would be good at all. He is a horrible, progressive isolationist. That's RFK. I don't agree with him on almost any of his policies, but I think he's good for taking care of healthcare. I think Tulsi Gabbard can be very good, but this is a problem. I'm upset about this. I understand why. She could be very good at national intelligence. She could be good at protecting Americans' rights. This is a high cost. And the reason why they're talking about it in the way they do, which is the FISA Section 702, because no one read FISA Section 702. The average American doesn't know that there is a FISA Section 702. They have no idea what the news media is referring to. They have no idea what the politicians are talking about. They're making this vague so that they can take advantage. So you can think it's not that important. They made a deal. She said, okay, it's not that important. If it was a big deal, if it was important, well, then you tell me about it. You give me details. I would have already known what this is. Yeah, you do know what it is. It's just been talked about by people like me in very different terms. We actually tell you what it does, not what the name, the title of it is. It's spying on you. It's having secret courts to punish you at any given moment just because the government says so. That's a problem. Can Tulsi make this work? Can she make it worthwhile? Maybe. Maybe in conjunction with Donald Trump, in conjunction with a Congress that is willing to change. If we can scare or control the establishment Democrats, the establishment Republicans, maybe in 3 years, it'll be worth it. In 3 years, we can work through the red tape, drain the swamp, and maybe then we can get rid of FISA. Maybe we can get rid of the secret courts, the secret warrants, the wiretapping, the spying on American citizens. Maybe we can get rid of that in 3 years. But this is a really high cost. And Tulsi Gabbard needs to do something to justify this as soon as possible. She's got to justify why this is so expensive. And I understand why the establishment's doing it. They're making it expensive to get her in because they don't want to see change, because they want to have some nail, some screw that they can twist, that they can try and gain some kind of control. I get it. I don't like it. But that's me. And there was something else I wanted to talk to you guys about before I go. Don't forget, the illegal aliens are on the way. Don't forget, the illegal aliens are on the way. They're going to be here. I know, I hear my puppy. The illegal aliens are on their way. They want to be here before January 20th, and they are trying. They are racing to get into America through that open border before Donald Trump closes the border. So you're going to see a huge rush in all of the sanctuary cities, in all of the sanctuary states. If you thought we had a problem before, we're going to have, at the beginning of 2025, the problem is going to get worse for the infrastructure in New York State, in New York City, in LA, in Boston, in Chicago. It's going to get worse. And they're going to blame it all on Trump. It's not. We all know he's going to close the border. They're trying to get here before the border closes. They have been rushing to get here for the last month and a half. Since the election, they have been racing to get here so that they are inside before the doors get closed. That's it. So just keep that in mind. Trump's going to get blamed for it. Not his fault. Not his fault. This is all happening under the Biden administration. The Laken-Riley Act, which is to punish illegal aliens that kill American citizens. Not just someone who's an illegal alien, but an illegal alien that assaults an American citizen, that kills an American citizen. And to be exact, if an illegal alien is arrested for burglary, theft, larceny, and shoplifting, this is on top of the crime of breaking and entering into the United States. If they are committing these crimes, they are to be deported. They will be detained and deported. And you would say, but Mike, that's part of the law right now. That's part of the law that New York State, California, Illinois, they don't listen to this law. Massachusetts, Oregon, Washington State, they don't listen to this law. So we need a new law. Yes, there is a law that says they should be detained. They're not obeying the law. Do I think Congress is right to make another law? No, not really. We need to enforce the law that already exists. But I don't think it hurts to remind people that, hey, guess what? You're an illegal alien. If you kill an American citizen, if you harm an American citizen, you will be punished above and beyond. We will enforce this. If we enforce nothing else, we will enforce that you will be punished for harming American citizens. The problem is 170 Democrats don't want them. They want to leave they are against this. They're like, no, let the illegal aliens hurt American citizens. Again, you saw the list. Arson, the list here. They're perfectly fine with burglary, theft, larceny, shoplifting. That's okay. Illegal alien does any of that to you, no problem. 170 Democrats said, it's okay. Leave them alone. Burglary, larceny, no, it's okay. Perfectly fine. Leave those illegal aliens alone. Let them break the law. Let them harm American citizens. It's okay. This is what they voted. 170 Democrats voted for that. By the way, and you're also hearing from the Senate, Senator Alex Padilla is telling you right now, nope. He wants, quote, and I am quoting him, as currently written, I am a no on the Laken-Riley Act because it opens the door for people simply to be charged without a conviction. It literally states that this is for individuals, illegal aliens, so they're a criminal, for criminals that commit the additional crime of burglary and larceny. What's he talking about? Charged without a crime. You're already a criminal. Entering America without authorization is a crime. What's the matter with Alex Padilla? Is he out of his mind? Well, he's from California. He's a California Democrat. So, of course, he doesn't recognize that entering America without authorization is a crime already. So the additional crime, which he hasn't read the bill, because it says it requires an additional crime besides the initial crime. He goes, without a conviction. So he's already out of his mind. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just making this up. He's just trying to get sympathy votes. Oh, see, it's those evil Republicans. They're being evil and being Republican. You know, oh my God, they're picking on those illegal aliens, those criminals. How dare they pick on criminals who are breaking the law? What bad people they are. Padilla, you're an idiot. Let me go on. He goes on to say, to be detained and deported. So the Lake and Riley Act allows criminals to be detained and deported when they commit additional crimes. What's the problem with that? Why is that a problem the way it is written? That includes minors, that includes dreamers, that's a shoplifting a pack of bubble gum. You've committed a crime initially. You entered into America without authorization. You then committed another crime, which means you have no respect for our laws. You have no respect for our people. You have no respect for justice. You have no respect for the benefit that Democrats like Alex Padilla have provided to you to give you $73,000 in housing and in food and spending money. So, yes, we've given you more than you deserve because you're a criminal actively breaking the law. And we have, out of generosity and ignorance, we've given rewards to these criminals, and then you commit more crimes on top of it? Yes, because you can't tell me, oh my God, he couldn't help but shoplift the gum. Yes, he could. Yes, you can. It's called self-discipline. It's called respect. Respect for the law, respect for the business owner, respect for your fellow citizen, for the people around you, for the community. Yes, you can. Don't tell me they couldn't help themselves and just had to break they just had to break more laws. They had to commit burglary. No, I'm sorry. That's bullshit. This is what we're fighting against, folks. Again, Democrats love you. Democrats love you, but they love power more. All right. So, we've gone through a whole bunch of things. It's been about 5 hours. You can hear my voice is absolutely going. My cold is kicking in. My voice is falling apart. And my dog is out of his mind. So, with all of that combined, we're going to end the show right about here. I hope that people have found at least part of the show interesting, entertaining, informational, intellectual, stimulating your mind. I hope that I've been able to achieve any of those things. And if I have, even for 5 minutes, please support the channel by providing a like, maybe giving it a share. But most of all, please subscribe. That's all, really, only thing we ever ask for. It's free, costs you nothing, means the world to me. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers for 2025. Not asking for the world, not asking to becoming a millionaire. I'm not trying to be Alex Jones. I'm not trying to be Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro or even David Rubin. Just trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. And it'll help me to feed my dog, and I would appreciate that. So, folks, think about that. Please do subscribe on YouTube, on Rumble, on wherever you find the show. And come back every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because I'm always happy to be here with you and to have a conversation with you. I hope your 2025 is turning out far better than anything we've been talking about on the show so far. I wish you the best. I want to see you in my audience next week as well. Thank you, everyone. I'll talk to you soon.